Okay, so today I was supposed to watch on Netflix as part of my little randomizer gauntlet, whatever, which isn't even random at all. Now I'm just deciding to watch whatever I feel like, or something big name. I was going to watch Stranger Things, but last time I didn't do it. I was going to do it last time, actually, because I was trying to use the lapel mic, but then it was way too loud and way too sensitive and kept messing up. So I just give up trying to do that, whatever. I'll just do it like this for now. Even if it's a big name series, I was trying to save those till I get like a better setup. And again, I don't care about face cam. I don't care about showing the clips of what I'm watching, right? Whether it be editing parts in or showing the whole thing. The only thing I care about is the mic quality, which itself is not very good, whether on the recorder I was using before this, but whatever. So I'm going to wait till tomorrow to do that. I'll watch season 1, episode 1 of Stranger Things, so that'll be part of my Netflix series that I'm doing. And then obviously next month I'll try to get into Audible / Harry Potter and all that kind of stuff I was talking about, where I would go through the books, and again, that'll be fun. I'll react to the books. And so, whatever, I'll listen to the thing and I'm reacting to the whole thing, so I haven't read any of the books, and so I'll rewatch the first 2 movies. So like I'll watch the movie, then I'll read the book to kind of see what's different. So I guess with the first 2, or at least with the first one, maybe I should listen to the book first, just because I've already seen the movie and I've even seen it recently. And then the second movie I haven't seen since I was a kid, so that'll be fresh. So I'd rather watch the movie first, because you get all the visuals and stuff like that. Right, I don't want, the surprise is just the Quirrell is the bad guy, like in the first one, but that's not as fun to just read in the book, when it is way more fun to see and actually play out with the actors and stuff. So what you have is the ability to and doesn't that mean that, wait a second, Quirrell wasn't the defense against the dark? Oh no, he was. But then why is he like teaching people about pets and stuff? You see that one scene where he's like with a iguana or some shit. But no, he teaches defense against the dark arts, and he beat out Snape in doing it, right, for that position. So that shows you, as powerful as Snape is, Quirrell must be really fucking, really strong. We don't really see him in action too much. Like, just he tries to grab Harry or something, but from a spellcasting standpoint, he would be very impressive, right? On par with Snape, he would have to be, because again, how could he be the defense against the dark arts teacher over Snape when Snape tried to do it, right? They make fun of Snape later. I've seen that clip, but you were unsuccessful, obviously, right? So that's the extent of my Harry Potter knowledge. But no, I'll watch the movie, then I'll listen to the book, etc., with all of them except for maybe the first one. And so we kind of compare, and every book will be a first read through, listen through, because I've never read any of them. And every movie besides the first 2 will be a first watch through, because I don't think I've seen any of them besides, I'm positive I haven't seen any of them besides that. Right, besides the first 2. And again, the Sorcerer's Stone I saw recently, like last year or something, just because I felt like it one night randomly. And I'd completely forgotten about everything. I forgot that Quirrell was the villain. I just forgot everything. But, the second movie I don't remember anything about, aside from one scene in the bathroom where they go through the stall, or it has something to do with the entry to the Chamber of Secrets. I don't know exactly. They pull a Mario and they go down the plumbing or something. And so, whatever. We'll save that for next month. But no, tomorrow we will do the strange, I keep trying to say American Horror Story. No, we already tried watching episode 1 of that, which was pretty good until the end. I didn't like the way they show like some sort of weird jump scare at the end, but like Murder House, it's called. Murder Manor kind of fits more alliteration-wise. So we'll do that tomorrow, Stranger Things episode 1. But for now, I had an urge to watch some sort of courtroom stuff, and I already was. We watched Daryl Brooks, and then even off session, I was watching just now some doctor in the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, and people were finding that really funny. Like, just the way he talks, his mouth's always open, and he just says things in a weird way. And so I don't know. I didn't think he was that bad, although he was sort of argumentative and the judge was letting him get away with it a lot. He gets a lot of leniency, but there are some funny exchanges, but I'm not somebody who judges too harshly based on histrionics and based on, performative aspects, like how he's delivering his message. I'm not reading into that too much. So he was annoying still, but people sometimes get caught up on that too much. Like, just as a thought experiment, like somebody who behaves erratically or whatever, body language-wise, but what they say makes a lot of sense and it has value, but you dismiss it because, they look weird doing it. And then somebody who says something with no value and that's fake or artificial or dishonest, but because they make eye contact or they have the best delivery, now all of a sudden you like them. So that's the whole surface level, right? Like Obama doesn't mean he's a good guy, but he has the pragmatic performative aspects down, so now you take that seriously, right? Again, I'm not saying that in favor of something. I'm saying don't let that be the deciding factor, right? He could be good, he could be bad, but don't let it come down to, you just have to appear good on the surface and just speak well, and that means that you're good, right? I'd rather somebody who doesn't speak well, but who actually has the right idea, the right standard, the right approach. So yeah, we're going to watch here some sort of random one, but that was kind of funny, although again, I'm not going to be as harsh on him as a lot of people, because you can't just go by appearances. Maybe he has some condition that makes him do that, or again, everybody has idiosyncrasies. So the whole irony of that with the psychiatrist is we're in this day and age of like weaponizing science or medicine for every human idiosyncrasy becomes, it's a condition. You like to be clean and neat, so you have OCD. You're not super outgoing, so you're autistic or whatever. You have a good imagination, so now you're ADHD or something, and you have every normal idiosyncrasy that people are variously gonna have. You're gonna say are. You're going to say you have it is some sort of label or condition or something. Like, it doesn't really tell you anything. So people have variable, it treats it as like a false absolute norm, but everybody has weird tendencies, like, you know what I mean? Everybody's normal, and then all of a sudden this person comes along who's this label. But if you dig deeply enough, you're also a label too, and everybody is, because there's some little penchant you have for something, or some little ideation or idiosyncrasy or preference or habit or hobby or pet peeve, or there's something that you have that you could be defined by, but it's sort of just lazy. Okay, so let's look at this. I'll watch some courtroom related stuff here, and then tomorrow I will 100% do Stranger Things. I don't know what to do with this mic situation. I really don't care. I just can't find a way to do this with a good setup. Like, I've seen people use lapel mics in a car setting, right, doing like a podcast type thing, but then you basically feel like you're the movement of the car fucks it up, but that's the whole point. Like, it sounded like that's what was happening. So whenever I was stopped, it was better. But again, the whole point of having it attached to you is that it should stay firm. Okay, so this one is Alex Murdaugh trial, cross-examination by defense of Sled's something. It's like 37 minutes long, I think. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Cross-examination. May proceed. Yes, Your Honor. So I don't know anything what this case is. let's see if we can do this quickly, but you're already setting a standard. It's going to be 10 minutes or less. Manfred von Karma moment, like, it was a roadside shooting. Let's try to figure out what the crime is based on this. There's still too many performative aspects in a trial, like, how you present yourself, how you, whatever, have this sort of swagger. None of that matters. If what you're saying has substance, you wouldn't need to do all that. And to focus on that undermines what would have potentially substance to it. Updated autopsy report. Okay, it's a 5-second delay here. So yeah, just delay 5 seconds from whatever you would have been at, because we had an ad that we skipped. But, you know, like updated autopsy report, like from Phoenix Wright, where, you didn't have the medical record at the time or something. Yeah, during COVID, they wouldn't let you approach, or for various trials, they do that. You can't approach the witness, you have to give it to a bailiff, and they'll do it, or something. Yeah, patient-client confidentiality, even when their skull is fucking blown open. He says it like Murdoch, not Murdoch. Who am I thinking of when I hear that? Like Rupert Murdoch. Who is that from? This bro is in a rush. The lawyer's in a rush. You can't ask questions to somebody else loudly like that. That makes it seem for the court reporter like you're asking it to the witness. Does that settle this? Does this solve this? You can't do that. You got to whisper it or something. Like, what are you having conversation off to the side? Even with a judge, you're supposed to do it in sidebar so that doesn't become an issue. Or, I mean, I guess he's adding an exhibit and stuff, but still, the way he did that was weird. Because even I'm not always looking at the screen, so I thought, that's a question for him, but that doesn't make sense. What is a sled agent even? I don't know what that stands for. I'm a sled agent. I investigated to see what Rosebud meant, and I found out that it was a sled. This guy's butchering the pronunciations too. This is like calls for speculation. Yeah, but he's not a medical professional, so this is like outside the scope of his knowledge. Get a coroner in here, get something, didn't write the report and he's not a doctor, so what are you doing? We defer to them. You don't refer to them, you defer to them. Oh, now he's sounding like a doctor, though. Laceration on the back of the head. Like, you could say, I wasn't there. I don't know whether he was shot in the head. Maybe he was shot somewhere else and it ricocheted. Maybe he wasn't shot at, but it somehow ended up there. Like, I don't know. I don't know the exact details. Maybe he was killed some other way and then somebody planted the bullet in there to make it seem like, I don't fucking know. He was shot with another gun and they took the bullet out and put this bullet in. Like, I didn't see it happen, so... But obviously I'm just being cheeky about it. This isn't even all that interesting. It's gotta be, oh yeah, another ad, so I'll just skip to another thing. But no, some of these I don't like. Like the, whatever. I sometimes disagree, like the Johnny Depp trial. The publicity of that ruins it because it feels like everybody's biased. Oh, everybody just likes Johnny. Well, that means he's the good guy. That doesn't mean he isn't the good guy. It just means, like, I don't like the way that was treated because you sort of feel this public sort of bias, right? It's like even with Casey Anthony, even though the jury did not come to the same conclusion as the public, right, that's the point. Like, maybe if you were one of the jurors, you would have come to the same conclusion they did, given the evidence. But because you're so biased by media reports and propaganda and stuff, you feel like, you know, you're more biased and more sure of yourself. So it's the same problem. Like, I don't know. So we tried to find another one. It's one of those things, like, you know when you see it, but... I don't know what that expression is, but some anchor on the news said it pretty funny in a different way. Like, she's talking about the price gouging thing from, like, Harris as a potential proposal, and it's like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Okay, this thing can be a little hard to navigate, but no, I'm kind of disappointed in the whole mic thing. I was kind of ready for that to be a thing. You know, we have a good professional kind of mic. We have the adapter. We have the phone. Like, I don't know what else to put the mic into that would be relevant. So let me see what other courtroom-related things. The ads really ruin it. They really do. I guys should have YouTube Premium. Steph Curry endorsing Harris was an easy choice. Really, dude? That is so fucking stupid, man. Yeah, like they didn't go to the White House when Trump was president. There is such a strong bias, you know. Yeah, when wealthy, you know, I like Curry, but when wealthy people tell you to do something, maybe they're not on your side. So, all the celebrities like Taylor Swift and everybody who's millionaires and rich and successful and famous, they all love Democrats, so you should vote for them. But, like, wouldn't you say that, oh, because they're rich, maybe they're not on your side? Ordinary, everyday people like Trump, like everyday, what they'll look down on and say, oh, uneducated or whatever, but that still counts. Your vote still counts. It doesn't work. So I find that disturbing. Step into this arena. It's going to be received. You're going with the safe, easy pick. That is decent human beings, even though it's so stupid. Like, did you endorse Kamala when she ran before? Like, what is at stake? Your fucking brain cells or what? Where the corporate-owned media approves. Yeah, we got to kill babies. That's the number one priority. Kill babies or we're not free. A great leader who got 1% of the vote in her own primary. I'd rather you just say, I don't like Trump, don't vote for Trump. I'd rather you just say, vote for an independent. I'd rather you just say anything, but to go with the default propaganda, corporate media, puppet clown pick is exactly how we got Biden too. Right? Like, don't do that with the one-party state. The media, media and multinational corporations love Democrats and Biden and Harris, right? Every major corporate-owned media outlet besides Fox loves Harris and Biden. So what does that tell you? Like, you think, oh, they're against the rich, they're trying to tax the rich. But then why do the rich corporate-owned media outlets that represent the rich and are owned by the rich directly, why do they love Democrats so much? Why do wealthy celebrities, why do, famous people, actors like Tom Hanks and stuff like Robert De Niro, why are they all on one side? Where is that for Trump? Like, Elon Musk did it, right? Or, again, Tulsi Gabbard, who's in the public eye, or RFK did it, but, like, the majority of wealthy, successful, powerful people, media outlets, etc., too, all like Democrats and dislike Trump. So that would tell you something. Doesn't that tell you that not even that Trump's necessarily on your side, but it tells you the Democrats certainly aren't on your side, right? Like, it's too easy. It's too convenient. Like, when somebody's really bad, right, in an era, what do they usually have? They have the buffer of the era, if you will. Like, Hitler wouldn't have been able to do what he did if he didn't control the media, even if he sort of strong-armed it, whereas here it's more like a willing alliance issue. But the thing is that, the media becomes the operative thing. Like, so now all the media is aligned to say, oh, Democrats and Harris and this, but it's too convenient. Like, it almost indicates the opposite. Like, oh, we're on the right side of history. But the right side of history wouldn't require you to, call 74 million Americans racist or bigots, or, it wouldn't require you to have corporate-owned media propaganda to save democracy, right, to sort of censor things that don't go in one way and to whatever, downplay things that go the other way. You wouldn't need to do it that way. It would almost indicate the opposite, that you're on the wrong side of history, that tens of millions of ordinary, everyday people have voted for this other guy. And it doesn't mean that he's good or perfect, but it means that at least that's a more organic decision, because you have, it's more organic because you have the simple ability to, like, who is pushing for that? Like, how did Trump win in the first place? Nobody wanted him to win. I almost want to watch one of those. Compilations are pretty funny. The election meltdown by Democrats or whatever in 2016. Like, everybody's so shocked. Even I was shocked because, again, I always am skeptical of the media and take it with a grain of salt. So I was already one of those people all the time. When I was a kid, I was skeptical. Like, I'm hearing the Iraq war coverage, and I'm saying, like, why are they being so gleeful about it? Why does it seem like they almost want this to happen? Right? So I was skeptical of it then, right? Iraq war, media propaganda, but in general, I was always skeptical of people, just period, but especially in positions of power and influence like that, right, where people are getting their information from you. But the reality is that even I, skeptical as I might have been in 2016, I thought he had no chance of winning, or maybe I thought, okay, he has a little chance of winning, but the way they were treating it, like it's so impossible that me as an objective observer, even if I take it with a grain of salt and I'm skeptical, I'm like, okay, they're saying he has no chance. I'd say, okay, maybe he has a little chance, but it's still not going to happen, right? So it's still very unlikely. But then he actually wins. Like, again, we're talking about just the sheer chance of it. Like, they say he has a 0% chance. I'd say, like, okay, I'll be a little skeptical and say they're being a little bit biased, they're being a little dishonest, take it with a grain of salt. So I'd say maybe he has a 20% chance of winning, right, and he'll do a little better than what they're saying, but he'll still lose. But then he actually wins. So that shows you even my skepticism wasn't enough. And so what it does to me is it makes me go from skeptical to extremely skeptical, whereas with other people, they would go from naive and ignorant and having no doubts about it to now they start to doubt it. Because you have, even a moron would have to question the bias at work. Because I guess what is the perspective? Like, you think you're on the right side, that's why the media isn't being biased, it's just telling the truth. And the truth happens to be that your side is perfect and the other side are all bigots and racists and terrible people, even though it's subjective human beings saying that, it's flawed, imperfect people with their own incentives, it's corporate-owned media outlets owned by billionaires that have their own ulterior motives. Like, you're trying to tell me you don't see that? So you might think, oh, it's the risk of a one-party state, like I sometimes say, but we're already there. I mean, 12 of the last 16 years have been Democrats. Also, Democrats keep blaming everything on Republicans. Like, we've had a Democratic president for 12 of the last 16 years. So a lot of the problems in society that you're supposedly going to solve, you've had the chance, right? Republicans have only had 2016 and 2020, which I won't make excuses for it, but like, you had COVID, you had a lot of hysteria trying to... What it really shows me is an outsider effect. Like, forget about even the parties. I could care less about them. An outsider to politics comes in, and he's opposed by both parties. Both Republicans don't like him, and Democrats don't like him, because people love to bring this up to try to say, oh, now they're cozying up to him. But even that, I'd say, well, they have to, because the American people voted for him. So what do you want them to do? When Trump wins as a Republican, what are Republicans supposed to do? Just say, oh, no, we're going to subvert democracy and say, even though the American people voted for him, we don't like him, and we're just going to reject him and everything he does. That's not the responsible thing to do. Why? Because you just personally don't like him? The American people voted for him, so you have no choice but to work with him. Right? If you're a Republican, like, why wouldn't you just do that? What are you going to do? Defy the mandate of the American people who voted him in? So that's number one. But what you have is the ability to say that, obviously COVID happened and they're out to get him from the beginning, and collusion and stuff like that. So what it shows me is an outsider came in and beat politicians at their own game, beat the two-party state at its own game. Even though he ran with one of them, he sort of overtook it and changed their mind. So both parties didn't like him, the media didn't like him, but the American people in large part did like him despite all that. And so now it shows you what would happen if an independent was going to win. Like, this is the amount of opposition they would face. So it's like they can't admit that he was good as a president in any way or overall, because even if he was, then you'd think, like, why do we need these parties? Why do we need... That's the real dangerous implication for them. Why do we need this sort of stranglehold monopoly on power that, oh, it's a Democrat, oh, it's a Republican, oh, it's somebody who's carefully vetted by corporate-owned media to be like a talking head puppet sort of person, right? We don't need all that, because somebody can come from the outside, beat you at your own game and show you up and make you all look like fools and do a good job too. And so my example would be, even if you don't think he's that person, it's still a good effect. In other words, okay, let it be somebody else then, like an independent, like, Joe Jorgensen or somebody, whoever you want, right? Let it be an independent, and if it is, then let them be the one who does that difference. So that's the point. The reason why he faced opposition isn't because, oh, he's such a bad guy and he's such a bad president, even if that would be your contention. Right, you're looking at it only from your point of view, but do you really think that's why the media cares? Like, George Bush was a bad president. Obama did a lot of things that I would question and say, at least he's flawed. But they don't care about that. They care about, they don't care about going after a real criminal like an unconvicted war criminal George Bush that's already been decided in international courts, and he's objectively a war criminal by every possible definition that you could have. But they never pursued that. They never had hysteria over that, killing babies in Iraq, committing war crimes, torture. But with Trump, oh no, every little thing he does, they're out to get him. So that shows you the bias and selective nature of it. But the whole point with that is Steph Curry triggered me with this little fucking suggestion. It's a bit of a clown take. It's so like you're living in like a fantasy, like in this box that you think there's all these problems in the country, but you're already in power. You just had her as VP. So if she's such a great leader and so perfect, why do you have all these issues then? Unless you're saying that everything is perfect, which for a millionaire, you might not feel the struggles of everyday people. So I don't entirely sympathize with that, because I'm not discrediting you, but I'm saying this is like an expression I always have. Like, it's not that we should ignore what celebrities say about an area that isn't their expertise. Like, oh, what Taylor Swift says about politics, or whatever some singer says, right? It's not their area of expertise. They're not a politician. They're not an expert. They're not a historian. So I'm not saying you have to diminish it, right? It's like a false duality, Bolshevik rhetoric topic. It doesn't mean that, oh, you're being mean or you're dismissing what somebody's saying. It's more like, why should we care, right? Why should a basketball player, Steph Curry, what his voting choice and opinion is, why should that have any impact at all, right? He's just a random person who has nothing to do with that. Like, he has no special credibility or expertise just because he's good at what he does. So he can share his opinion all he wants, but we shouldn't consider it with too much credibility. It's like him saying who he's voting for is like me saying who I'm voting for, right? We shouldn't give it any special weight. It's the same as you saying it or me saying it. Like, a person just says what their opinion is. So like, why should we take that? Like, oh yeah, we should do the same thing, or they're right, or we should take political advice from an athlete. Like, you know what I mean? It has nothing to do with their area of expertise, at least. So now I don't care. So I'm not diminishing what they're saying. Oh, you're biased because they're a celebrity. You're diminishing the importance of their words. But if it was a random person, I would treat it the same way. So like, I don't care who says it. I'm not giving them any special value because they're a celebrity. I'm not giving them any undermined value either compared to like an ordinary person saying it. So then beyond that, you have there's one other point that I feel like I've made in one of these sessions, but I keep forgetting if I did or not. Like the whole 74 million, like winning the election in 2020, right? The 2020 election was factually, objectively rigged. Now, how do I know that? Because the media bias from 2016 to 2020 against Trump and pro-Democrat Biden clearly led to that outcome. Because again, let's say they just pushed anti-Trump propaganda, then that means just Trump shouldn't have won, and an independent could have won, or anybody could have won. What are the chances that has to be the other major dominant political party, right? That's too convenient. And so it ends up being a case where the clear media bias, a good example, the Hunter Biden article being censored, again, would that have changed the outcome? I don't know, but it shows you bias. Facebook had bias, Twitter had bias. Not saying they don't now either. Like, Twitter could have bias the other way, but people don't see it when it goes in one direction. But no, like, there was a lot of bias like that. CNN, NBC, ABC, Washington Post, they all had bias. And so you have a case of, people say, oh, Fox is biased the other way, but that's bad too. It's just that when there's more networks like that going in one direction, that's dangerous. It creates like a hive mind effect. And so what you have is, you have the situation where I don't know, like it was stolen by the media bias. There's a Time magazine article that I literally screenshotted every part of it, so I have it saved, and I probably copy pasted it for all time, because you deserve to see what that is, right? If they take it down, I'm surprised they didn't take it down last I checked at least. But it tells you, oh, the secret shadow campaign that helped to fortify the 2020 election, something like that. So they're saying it in a positive way, but they're telling the truth by accident. They're like, oh, so in other words, all these corporate influences in an oligarchical way, technocracy/oligarchy, helped to fortify, quote unquote, the election and determine the outcome and the result, instead of just letting it play its course. Like, oh, we have to fight disinformation, we have to fight this. You know how you fight disinformation? which you could just say something that's not true, just report what is true, and social Darwinism should decide. So you shouldn't need to censor something that somebody says that's inaccurate. You should be able to just simply report what is accurate, and if you do it without any skew or spin or bias, then the majority of people should believe it anyway because it's simply true, right? Like, why should that be the problem? So you don't look introspectively and say, maybe we're doing something wrong, rather than fact-checking others and trying to put them down. We should just report, we should just do a better job ourselves, and then people would listen because we are being objective and unbiased and truthful. And so, yeah, the 2020 election is rigged because of the biased media coverage, censorship one way, propaganda the other way, all this kind of stuff that clearly was against Trump and clearly in favor of Democrats. If you disagree with that premise, fine, but I think most people can see that media bias was the dictating factor. And the other elements that show that is, again, Joe Biden, and you're going to see that here too with Harris. Joe Biden ran for president twice before. In the 1980s, he got ousted for plagiarism, right? So he didn't have a successful campaign. He wasn't even his party's nominee. And then he also had he ran again in 2016 and he didn't do very well. He wasn't his party's nominee. And the same thing with Harris. She wasn't very popular. Again, this is with their own party. So it's not even like, oh, Republicans saying it. No, Democrats didn't like Joe Biden very much. They didn't like Harris very much. As a presidential candidate, they didn't like them. They weren't even the nominee. So now all of a sudden he gets 81 million votes. That clearly shows you that's unnatural. How do you explain that besides media propaganda? The way that people might explain it is, well, they're voting against Trump. But that doesn't work because, again, you could vote for anybody and vote against Trump. You could vote for me. You could vote for Kanye West. You could vote for anyone, Joe Jorgensen. So the defining factor is still that, oh, you ended up voting for the other major party and for a Democrat. And so that tells me that the bias was clear because you have, the bias is clear because it led to the outcome. So what are the chances that this guy who ran twice before and his own party didn't like him suddenly gets 81 million votes? It would be very hard to explain that, even if you think it's the false duality of, oh, you're voting against Trump. That's a combination of anti-Trump propaganda, because again, you should just be satisfied, just don't vote for him and that's fine, or vote for anybody else. So that's too convenient. And then even like pro-Biden propaganda, pro-Democrat propaganda, as they're hiding in the basement, they let the media do the campaigning for them. And so we don't need this activist media to determine the outcome of elections, even if you think it's somehow necessary. The real evil in history is like when the media interferes and takes a side, whether it be Hitler's side, whether it be Stalin's side, whether it be Mao's, whether it be the Chinese Communist Party now. When the media takes a side, it's a bad thing. It doesn't matter what that side is, right? It shouldn't take a side, period. It should just be objective, period, right? You don't need, like, the media to save you. Like, oh, CNN, please save me from the dictator Donald Trump. You wouldn't need that because he's going to be held in check anyway, right, by government. So as long as the media isn't covering for him and just holding him accountable, and again, that's the point. It doesn't mean even that they shouldn't be so harsh. It just means they should be equally harsh to the other side. Don't protect one side, because then I'm uncomfortable, right? Why not be as vicious and attack Biden and Democrats as much as you do Trump? Then I'm happy with it because now it's even it levels the playing field. So again, the media bias clearly would show you the outcome was rigged that way. So not necessarily at the polls, although as an ancillary factor, even if something happened there, their immediate reaction was disturbing, like, oh, there wasn't widespread fraud. Well, why do they keep saying that? Shouldn't you be worried about what instances of fraud did occur? Like, you have a more horse in the race to say, oh, well, it wasn't widespread, but like, first of all, how would you even know, right? This is the thing with any conspiracy. It's like, let's say it was some big conspiracy behind closed doors, it was planned out. How would the media even know right away, like they're talking to Bill Barr or whatever, how would you know right away that it wasn't rigged, right? We come to find out something later. You would have to investigate. So how do you know with such authority that it wasn't? So it's like manufacturing consent, right? You're saying, well, if the media keeps saying it, it must be true, and so we're not going to dig any deeper and stuff like that. But you're going in heavy-handed. Maybe we'll find out a conspiracy now that, like, oh, we'll find out a conspiracy that, yeah, there were these ballots that came overnight in a truck and they were all fake, and, we don't know. So keep an open mind and don't keep insisting, oh, no, widespread fraud, as if you shouldn't be worried about any fraud. Who cares if it's widespread? So again, the media bias is a thing. And then the other things I point to are again, the general trends of presidencies. He won like the Rust Belt states or something like that, but he still lost. He won like certain counties that whenever you win those, you've never lost before. So a lot of aberrations, like Biden won just the parts that he might have lost, certain states or whatever, but he won just kind of like just the parts that he needed to win, right? But even beyond that, like the sheer vote number, right, the vote number, it almost makes me sound like, oh, I like him, but I really could care less about any of these people, right? Like, you're a useful idiot at best, whatever, but useful idiot at best, dumb clown at worst, whatever. But it's more like there's so many fallacies against him that I feel like they need to be addressed and corrected. So what you have is, again, as a general measure of a presidency, if you get the same amount of votes, you did a good job, right? Because people are being hopeful at first, and so you get the same amount of votes, you must have done a good job. If you get more votes, that means you did a great job. So like Donald Trump got more votes the second time, right, from like 60-something million, I can't even remember, to 74 million the second time. So he increased his vote total by over 10 million, basically. And so that would tell you that he must have done a good job. Now, people say, well, just more people voted in the election overall, or the fact that he lost. But those are kind of irrelevant because you have, again, it's not about whether he won or not. That's totally irrelevant. I'm talking about he won before in 2016, and then he increases his vote total by a substantial margin, right? The population didn't randomly change, so even give him credit for that. He got more people engaged in politics such that more people voted on both sides. That's a good thing, right? Like, you'll get a reaction out of people, basically. Right, you sort of move people out of apathy and shake them into actually doing something, even if it's against you. It's fine. So like that's a good thing. But again, how often does that happen where you increase your vote total from, you won the presidency already, so evidently you had enough votes, but you don't just get the same amount, you get more, and more by a substantial margin, 10 million plus, and yet you don't win. That's probably never happened before, right? Whether even getting that many more votes, period, or whether not winning after doing so. So that's an aberration, right? That is fairly major. And then beyond that, you also have the fact that, again, it would be a validation of his presidency, because you could say, well, more people voted, but that doesn't mean they would vote for him if he did such a bad job as people say, right? People would say on one hand, oh, he's the worst president ever, but also he got the most votes ever for an incumbent, and he got more, for example, people generally would have a favorable opinion of Obama, right? This sort of shows you the voter suppression or some weird perception people have. I'm just going by objective data here, right? He got more votes than Obama did either of his presidencies, right? Like 74 million is obviously a record for incumbents ever, right? So the second highest vote total ever, besides the 81 million that, of course, he lost to in 2020. But the point is that he increased his vote total, but then he lost, right? And again, that validates him in a different way too. Like, was he a good president or not? But again, when you increase your vote total, it would imply that you are, right? So just as comparison for Obama lost votes from 2008 to 2012, but even by losing votes, the incumbent president was still able to win the presidency, and he's generally considered a pretty good president by a lot of people, right? So you can be a good president but lose votes. You can be a good president or you can lose votes and still win the second term, right? But that didn't happen with Trump. Trump didn't lose votes. He gained votes, but he still lost. Right, so Obama lost votes, but he still won. And then also, Obama's a good president, but he lost votes. Trump's a bad president, but he gained votes. Like, it's just this logical fallacy that you would have to be under. Like, you're ignoring the reality. It's hard for me to not say that he must have been good, at least in some ways, because how can he be the worst ever, but then he gains 10 plus million votes, right, after already obviously winning the first time. So there is an aberration with that. Like, for example, you have the case where, again, the media bias played a pivotal role. The 74 million is a record. Again, wouldn't that imply that he's better too? Because again, the population didn't change that much. So he gets 74 million in 2020. Obama in 2008 and 2012 didn't get that many. I forget exactly what he got. So in other words, he got more votes than Obama did either time. So that would imply that he's at least a better president than Obama. It would be hard not to argue that, right? It's a little different when you're saying, well, Biden got 81, but he didn't get 81 after performing as president. That's more as a hopeful, like, you know what I mean? Like, he's running for the first time. Well, he's running to be president for the first time. So we don't know how good he's going to be. So that's less a validation of his performance, right? Trump had been president from 2016 to 2020, and his vote total increased by a substantial amount, and it was a very high number overall record for incumbents. So that is higher than Obama's. That is a greater increase than Obama because Obama suffered a loss. And so, again, it's not about the outcome, it's about the context. It's hard to dismiss that. Like, it would indicate you must have done a good job if your vote total stays the same or increases, right? Especially by such a large amount. It would also indicate that you're better than the other guy if you got way more votes than him in that context. Like, 2012 to 2020, like, what changed that drastically? The population didn't, so he got 74 million more than Obama either time. So it would indicate, at least if you think Obama's good, it'd be hard to say that he wasn't good too, because again, how could he be more popular than that? And also it shows you that, again, all these are sort of aberrations that wouldn't typically happen. You increase your vote total, but you still lose, even though, again, I'm pointing out, you can lose votes but still win. And then you can also, what was the other point? Like, just as a general measure of validation, that, again, you must have done a pretty good job if you gained that many votes, right? So it's hard to say, oh, he's the worst president ever, but I mean, you're just ignoring it. In other words, your positions on Trump don't have any bearing on reality. It doesn't matter how many people vote for him. It doesn't matter how many people like him. You're just going to attack him and attack them too. It doesn't mean you have to like him or vote for him. It means that a lot of the claims aren't really consistent with the reality. Like, oh, he was the worst, most terrible president ever. Oh, so he must have hardly gotten any votes in 2020. He probably went from 60 million to like 20 million, right? Maybe something like that, just a die-hard portion. Nope, he gained over 10 million votes and got a record number, more than Obama ever got, more than Bush, more than Clinton ever got, more than anybody. So, like, how do you explain that? And you'll say he lost, but again, that just means that Biden is the most popular candidate in presidential history, and people had such high hopes for somebody clearly that is just the most amazing person ever and wasn't at all buffered by the corporate-owned media or whatever. But regardless of what your position is on that, that would just mean that he's more popular. It wouldn't mean that it wouldn't be a knock against Trump because, again, this whole voting against fallacy doesn't really work. Right? Why would 74 million people vote for someone? Again, more people than who voted the first time. So even if you say, oh, it's like a cult and it's a Trump fan base, well, how did the cult increase in size then if he was so bad? Right? Like, you would think there must be something good that he did to gain 10 plus million more votes. Yeah, a lot of those things are aberrations. How come a candidate that was never popular before, even with their own party, suddenly gets 81 million votes? How come a president who already won tries to repeat and gets more votes by a substantial amount but still loses? How could he get a record number for an incumbent and still lose? How could he get more than Obama, who's considered a good president, and still lose and still be considered a bad president? How could he when again, Obama can lose votes from 2008 to 2012, he loses votes, but he's still good enough to win the presidency. Or again, it means that, oh, he's such a good president, but he lost votes and he got less than Trump got. So, like, in what way does this conversation tell you, based on these statistics, that Obama would be better? Again, these are just basic, well-known objective facts, but again, Obama's the best president ever. Trump gets more votes, and, oh, he's the worst president ever. Like, again, you wouldn't need to have an opinion on it. It's like, it just doesn't, like, so what is it based on then? So the raw number of votes doesn't matter, right? So, again, Trump can get 74 million, and he's just the worst ever, and you just ignore that figure. And then Obama gets, again, I forget, but it's obviously much less than that. But now all of a sudden he's the best. Like, so you're injecting your own opinion, but you're just dismissing this data that cannot be denied. So what I'm saying is, from his perspective, it's like, wow, if I get 10 plus million votes over what I got last time, and I already won last time, how could that possibly not guarantee me my victory? Right? You're just trying to match what you did, because if it was good enough to win the first time, why wouldn't it be good enough to win the second time, right? But then, somehow it wasn't. So you would think, like, what did you expect him to do? Oh, he's got to get 90 million votes or something. He got 74. Like, that's pretty fucking good. It's more than you got before. Like, what was I even trying to watch? I was trying to watch some court thing, but then I see Steph Curry and I get generally triggered, actually, by how stupid it is that you jump on the bandwagon like this. So, yeah, again, those are the three tenets of, like, corporate media bias propaganda clearly played a role, so that contributes to it. All these other aberrations happened, not the least of which, again, is a president gains votes but still doesn't win. A president gets a record number of votes as an incumbent but still doesn't win. Even just as a general validating standard, a president gets a vote total increase, but now all of a sudden they're a bad president, even though they, that would normally validate you. So again, just look at that contradiction. Obama loses votes going into his second term, but he's a good president. He's the greatest. He's great, whatever. But Trump gains votes, but oh no, that doesn't validate him. He's still bad. He's still terrible. And then, again, Obama loses votes, but he can still win the presidency. But then Trump gains votes, but he doesn't win. Right? Like, it's very inconsistent. That's a great modern example just to show, like, all these are aberrations. That, a president can do worse, but they can still win. Like, I don't know. But it's too selective. Like, it's not... Right, it's not even about your end opinion. Like, I'll say all that to say I don't like him either. I don't care, but I also don't like a one-party state. I also don't like Harris. I also don't like Biden. Like, liking or disliking popularity contest isn't what this is about anyway. Right? Again, you could be a useful idiot. I look at it just on such an objective level. Like, the least personable, maybe most robotic person ever could do it. And it's like, if you do a good job, why do we care? I don't know. Let's look at this. America isn't failing, even though you say that this is by Biden. America isn't failing, even though by your standard every other day you'll say, oh, well, we got to uproot white supremacy and everybody's a racist, everybody's a bigot, and all this kind of stuff. It's like, this sort of double standard with Democrats on this sort of American propaganda. To say, make America great again implies it isn't great. What an insulting thing to say. Also, America is racist and white supremacist and this and that. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I love that video I did reaction to, that Dark Brandon guy. I was, like, really in the mood all of a sudden, and I think I did a great reaction to that, where I'm sort of debunking the whole thing. Like, everything he's saying applies to their side too, or other sides. So I love that. Like, the Democratic Party is about being nice and genuine. Also, they can't stop talking trash, not only about Trump, but also about everybody who supports him. They're all racist, they're all bigots, they're all terrible people. Like, yeah, that's really the party of unity and this and that. You shouldn't need to do that. If you just talk policy and take it seriously and do a good job, you very well could win, maybe. But yeah, here it's like, how dare you say America isn't great. Also, we, on this side of the political aisle, we believe that everybody's white supremacist and racist and terrible and bigots and all this kind of horrible things, microaggressions and white supremacy, institutional racism, all those things that would imply it's not the greatest and it has a lot of flaws. So your side will point that out, but then you say, oh, how dare you not say it's great? Like, you're teaching all this propaganda, oh, it's terrible, oh, we owe reparations. Like, you got to make up your mind with your position then. Because again, I'm not saying which is valid or which isn't. You could say there's some nuance, but it doesn't work because, again, you're trying to say it categorically, like, Trump is, I respect that guy, though. He didn't follow up with it, but he responded actually to my video. Like, how would he even find it? It's fucking 12 views, like, and that was even after. It had like 4 views. It was like, my channel has 1 subscriber, which I don't really care, but it's like, he actually commented, would you like to debate, right, on Zoom or something, and then I said sure, and then whatever. It's fine, because again, I'm a clown with 1 subscriber, I don't mind, but what I'm saying is that it was cool that he even saw it and that he even did that. But what I have here is just, again, the recognition that you'll say all these negative things, and even just generally like, oh, if America is so great and so perfect, then you shouldn't need to change a million different things that you're saying, right? But let me hear it. Rebuild the backbone, rebuild the middle class. We've done just that. Is the middle class really happy with you? But if America isn't failing, we're winning. That's the one thing I find really hard to reconcile too, is like the border policy or lack thereof, right? This is the one thing the Democrats can't even really explain. Like, let's say I was a Democrat, and like, okay, I support some of the things they do. A lot of it's just trying to give people free stuff, quite frankly. But whatever, both sides have done that to a degree. But it's like, how would you justify the open border that has led to millions of people coming in without any proper legal process? Like, how would you explain that? Obama didn't do that. Bill Clinton didn't do that, so it's not a partisan issue. And the only response I've seen is like, well, we tried to do a bipartisan border bill, whatever, and then, Republicans prevented it. It's like, but again, all those people I just named didn't need a border bill, right? Even Trump didn't really need a border bill. He was even throwing a tantrum about not getting the wall, but even without that, his border security was still way better than, right, what we have now. So just to enforce the existing laws does not have anything to do with it. So it'd be a hard thing to explain. Basically, you would just have to admit we were just wrong. It's just a bad thing. We shouldn't have done it. Right? Why did we let millions of people in unchecked? And that's why people come up with certain conspiracy theories like, oh, well, they're doing it for votes. Now they give everybody a license. Like Tim Walz just did that. And everybody gets a license, and now you get to vote, and oh, voter ID is racist. Like, all these things that are just not normal arguments that you would have to make, right? Everybody's a racist all of a sudden. The modern McCarthyism of race, the modern McCarthyism of Russia. Oh, Tulsi Gabbard's a Russian agent, Trump's a Russian agent, right? That's just to try to discredit people. And again, the racist card, not only are the candidates themselves racist, like, oh, Trump is racist, but also, anytime any topic comes up, that's always the card that they pull. But I thought we were past that point too. I didn't realize, like in the early to mid 2000s, it wasn't like that. You could argue, I don't know, but you also say, oh, everybody who votes for them is racist too. So you're saying, oh, 74 million Americans are just racist, even if millions of them are also of other races than simply white. That would be your premise, like, oh, so black voters who voted for Trump are racist apparently against themselves because they're, like, what are you saying? Like, I don't get it. Right, or other, Latino, etc. It has nothing to do with it, but it's just hard to make that case, but, like, I don't know what they're even saying. So I kind of got distracted here a little bit, but whatever. Tomorrow we will do I almost just said it again, American Horror Story. No, we'll do the fucking, what is it called? The Stranger Things. I don't know why I keep associating those two. Oh yeah, this is kind of fun to watch too. The Gordon Ramsay stuff, MasterChef, or some of these series are more fun to watch just in clips. Like I don't really want to watch all the. I said that with like Shark Tank. I've seen so many clips of it that I really do enjoy aspects of it. But then I see the show and it's a little boring. I liked how Robert was so swag though at the beginning. I was creating a character point system that he was dominating, but no, like the clips are more fun because I don't want to see these documentary style things in between about the character's life story and stuff like that, which also tells you they must be successful. Why would they do that if they don't get a deal? Maybe they'll fake you out sometimes, but what was I even trying to watch? I was trying to watch some court thing, but that one sort of bored me, and then I got distracted by this. Like I had seen the Johnny Depp thing. But no, some of this Hell's Kitchen can be very fun to watch, but again, I don't want to see all the other build-up and contrived stuff. I just want to see when he freaks out and blows up or something. So Hell's Kitchen, although I wouldn't mind watching necessarily some of these from the beginning, but like let's just see some of the top clips. Unmelted grilled cheese. Yeah, and even Gordon Ramsay himself has a video of him making grilled cheese that everybody makes fun of. That like he did it wrong or he doesn't admit that he fucked up or something. You could just reshoot it. Like why you gotta, everything's like perfectly curated. Or I've seen his like little frozen things in the grocery store now. Chef Ramsay's something. In like the frozen aisle. Unmelted grilled cheese, raw pizzas, and way too many. These are genuinely funny. You might think it's all fake and acting, but there is a genuine element to it. Like, he is a good chef. Right, it is pretty fun. But it's one of those things that's like pure escapism in a weird way. Like, you know, what are you, a chef yourself that you would have interest in this? Like, so, unmelted grilled cheese, raw pizzas, and way too much garnish ruin something. Starting in 3, 2, 1. How many videos could there be titled that? 11:14 p.m. So they beat them in the cooking, but they fuck up in service, apparently. Which, honestly, that shouldn't really be that much a part of it. It's not up to the chef to do service. That's up to the servers, like the fucking waiters, waitresses. See, like, how fake really is this? They are really doing it. They are cooking, like, it might be cut together in a way that's deceptive, but I like that cut to Wendy. Everybody's a mother besides Wendy. Oh, why? Oh, that's why. Like, they zoom in on her ugly face. Like, I'm not being mean, but the way they did that was almost comical. Everyone has a kid except for her. Oh, why? And then it shows her face, like, Lauren Lapkus, Ciara Hanna, actress. Sometimes they just fuck it up overall, so then what do they do then? Like, yeah, I don't like that whole server aspect of it. I don't fucking... That shouldn't be what it is. That is a pretty easy thing to make, too. Not that I'm a chef, but grilled cheese, like, is that really the hardest thing to make? Unmelted grilled cheese. Like, risotto is at least more complicated. Risotto or risotto, everybody always says it differently. You fuck up a grilled cheese, dude. Or some of them wear gloves, but some of them don't, so it makes you like, their hands must be clean to be doing this, but... Or he'll be yelling so much that he ends up spitting in the food because he's such a fucking loud mouth. She put her hand in the fucking oven to do that. That kind of scared me. If it's undercooked, just cook it more. Don't throw it away. Oh, I thought he threw it away. At least she takes responsibility. Oh shit, she's being all snarky. I mean, they come here for the attraction of it too, but then you're always worried that you might end up eating something raw. What if he misses it, right? The chance of something being raw is pretty high. Like, I wonder how much it costs to come here. It's a high-end restaurant, obviously. There's all these actresses and stuff. The teamwork aspect is kind of annoying, though. Like, MasterChef is more like the individual. They still work on teams, but... she's just doing the garnishes ahead of time. Number of fires you see in this fucking show. Lobster tail, seafood would be a fucking pain. Not the least of which because you have to deal with the smell that I hate. And how they do so much raw food, that's rule number one. Even if it's not good, it might not be well cooked, right? It might not be perfect, but it's just, yeah, make them eat it as punishment to see how raw it is. At least he showed some temperance there. I don't mind waiting. New York Strip, also known as New York City. Just cooking, it's just cooking. It's such a power trip for him, though, isn't it? He gets to talk shit to everybody, which may indeed be justified, but the guy can't even make a grilled cheese himself. Okay, so today I'm going to actually finally watch Stranger Things Episode 1, but for this beginning part, let's just do, there's a few random things I've been vacillating between watching. Either like clips from court cases, like I tried watching, whatever, a little bit of the Johnny Depp thing, that one I kind of dislike as a case because it seems like there's too much bias still, like public support. Again, I'm not saying the outcome should be different. I'm just saying, like, you just get this aura that, oh, Johnny Depp's popular and people like him, right? So there's too much of that. It shouldn't go either way. Like, it still seems like too much of a cult of personality basis to it. And you might say, well, that's defamation, so that comes into it, but I don't know, it just seemed like that pervaded it too much. Like, if you look at YouTube comments and stuff, I'm not saying that you're wrong, right? Amber Heard might be just what you say, and Johnny could be completely innocent, whatever. I'm not questioning the outcome. I just think the bias going into it is too strong, that you're acting like it's so obvious or whatever. So that I kind of dislike, but whatever. I watched that one. I watched bits of the Darryl Brooks one. So I was watching some of these court moments, and then I was also watching maybe some random interviews that were funny, like the Ugandan interview, and what else? I can't remember. So now I'm watching like something from Hell's Kitchen, which can sometimes be fun, but these are the kind of things that are more fun to watch in clips. I wouldn't necessarily want to watch like the whole fucking show or something like that. So this is Hell's Kitchen, What the Fuck Moments, Hell's Kitchen Part 2. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Michael, you haven't said anything to you. He's being all quiet, and then he suddenly says that. Like, Gordon doesn't even mind that, because it's like he's just being quiet for so long, and then he suddenly says it. So it doesn't seem mean-spirited. But no, what I don't want to do is I don't want to spoil moments like, oh, this guy gets eliminated or whatever, because I want to watch it maybe one day in full, but I doubt I actually would. Yeah, don't argue with him unless it's about a grilled cheese, in which case he doesn't know how to fucking make it either in a carefully prepared video. I don't know what he even said. Say that again. These guys save lives and you're about to kill them with this raw food or whatever. He's 49. He doesn't really look 49. He could be a lot. He puts his head in the fridge. I think this guy's like a meme favorite, Raj. They keep some of these guys around just for content, I feel like. He's judging it too much by its appearances. Don't judge your dish by the plate. He's mocking everything she says. Make you eat it. You torture the whole team by making them eat it or whatever. What if somebody actually liked it, though? Mud is still kinder than shit. See, I gave up on the whole lavalier mic thing. I'll try to find like a shitty little mic to use from Walmart, but the movement of it seems to fuck it up, which seems to go against the whole vibe of whatever. Grilled me a slice of melon. What is this, like a live studio audience? That kind of ruins the whole essence of it. That's no fun. Like with Shark Tank, I think they started doing that. It makes it feel maybe more authentic, but it's like they're playing to the audience more. They're obviously playing to the cameras anyway, but it makes it feel more fake. I mean, if it's still good, it doesn't matter how much quantity there is. They let the food go to waste normally anyway, so why make like a full dish? See, it's about quality, not quantity. They made an extra dish. They're supposed to make 6, I guess. It's hard to know some of these moments without the context, but that's good. Just, you get an extra dish, free food. And wouldn't they get full? Like, I know they only take like a bite of each thing, but, and like sometimes they let the dish sit for so long, or they make it seem like that with the editing, but they must eat it right away, so I don't get it. They eat it, but then they eat it again to give the review. I don't know. Oh, that's a good expression for this. What am I, chopped liver? No, but your food is. Literally. I love doing this because of how random and freeform it is, but we should get back into a proper series now. I was trying to do the Netflix randomizer, but then it just didn't do it for me because there was such garbage on there. Like, they need quality control. The hashtag alive thing and all this kind of stupid stuff. They so casually say that stuff is raw, but then they still eat it. Like, I just ate something raw. Okay, get to the fucking hospital then. That could make you sick. That could kill you. Like, maybe it's not really as raw as what they say, but it's like what mostly raw. CNN food reviews. Raw but mostly cooked, right? Like, violent but mostly, well, what was it? Fiery but mostly peaceful protests as there's like a fire going on in the background, or no widespread fraud, but there's still fraud. It's just not widespread. Like, all these stupid terms. Violent but mostly peaceful protests. Like, raw but mostly cooked food. That's really what you need here. I love how my style shows that presentation is everything, too, to people. Like, we got like a 5-second delay or maybe more. Whatever, that's enough of that anyway. But yeah, this is kind of fun to watch. There's so many good things to watch, but like sometimes it's just in short form that people like it, or you'll sit through an hour episode and there was like 5 minutes that's enjoyable. So do I really care about the rest of it? Yeah, I was trying to segue into some of the big name series here, right? So like next month we're looking at Audible, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, and obviously watching the Harry Potter movies. That's going to be definitely what I do next month. The only thing I'll lament is not playing the games, I guess, and doing that too. I could do that in some other capacity, but, not obviously while driving. But no, we'll definitely listen to the books in an audiobook form, which I don't know exactly how that's going to work. Like, I don't want to have to buy them individually. I'd rather do like a, audiobook service, which you would think they would have to be on there. And we'll use that to also watch a lot of the movies for the first time. We'll do at least a Lord of the Rings book, and we'll start with that. We'll do one Lord of the Rings book and one Lord of the Rings movie, which is like the animated one from the 1970s. And then I'll do the whole Harry Potter series, including even the first 2 that I've seen, right, to appreciate the books. And then after that, we're using that to sort of segue into the big name stuff. Then we'll start doing some of the big name series like Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, or whatever, or something like what are the ones I typically name? Like Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones, The Walking Dead. Like those 3 are pretty big deal. So the whole point is I wanted to have a better mic setup by then, but I'm getting sort of impatient, so I keep trying different setups and just none of them work, so I don't get it. Why can't you just have a mic that just works properly and is clean and good, Even this one isn't that bad, but it's like there's still too much background noise and there's no way to really adjust the settings on here, so... it's just been more about convenience than quality with a lot of what I'm doing here. right? And quite frankly, I don't care, but it was to sort of immortalize some of my terms and takes and whatever. The one thing I feel like I haven't explained is the long-form postulate. I went over like a lot of my terms from my debate format and stuff. So that just means that if anything is worth doing, if something is worth doing or discussing is worth doing in long form, otherwise it's not worth doing at all. So all of these like ad hominem quick labels and dismissals, like, oh, just judging something by appearance or dismissing it quickly and briefly and just saying, oh, you're just dumb, or just, using some label or name or term to dismiss you, like, oh, you're just insert label here, so that discredits your whole opinion. You're not really discussing it fully, objectively, in long form and giving it a full proper consideration. So it would kill a lot of this style of dismissal that people do in the modern day, like, oh, you're just a Republican, you're just a Trumpy, you're just a Democrat, you're just a libtard, right? You wouldn't just discredit it that way. You would get to a proper conclusion on the topic, on the subject, and on the debate, regardless of what your view might be or whatever, or you wouldn't have such narrow views. But like, yeah, you would say anything worth discussing is worth doing so in long form, and so it applies to a lot of things, but you would have much more nuanced takes where you would sort of play devil's advocate and you would sort of be able to see things objectively and at least discuss something fully to its proper conclusion instead of just ending it halfway. And also just in general with any sort of practice, not even just discussions, but anything worth doing, you would do all the way in full. You wouldn't just cut it short and say, oh, I'm going to do my job halfway, or I'm going to do something halfway. If you want to, again, if it's worth doing, do it all the way. Otherwise, you realize it's sort of a half-assed state where you only value it in the context of something else. Like, oh, I'm only doing the job for money. So now in long form, you're saying, well, you don't really care. It sort of applies to that too. There's some other better way of saying it, but like, again, if you're going to do something, do it all the way. Otherwise, don't bother doing it at all, right? Because again, it's your own claim. This thing that you're doing is worth it, so then do it fully with your full commitment and full amount of time and for a long period of time. And you say, oh, it's not really worth it, then don't do it at all. Instead, people get caught in this half-assed state where, well, I'm doing it because it's kind of convenient, or it's kind of like what I'm doing right now, right? Where, oh, I could do it at a better level or something, but still, it's like, again, don't do it, oh, I'm just doing it for the money, or I'm just doing it for some necessity, but then you're not really doing it fully or with any passion or any true value, so then it doesn't feel really worth it at all. So yeah, we'll look at Stranger Things episode 1, season 1. And again, a lot of these series I've sort of left hanging in a way that I shouldn't do. Like, I saw American Horror Story season 1, episode 1, and I didn't really, it wasn't even bad. I just, I was doing that just to watch the first episode, not to really watch it all the way, which I should arguably do, right? Like, I was willing to do that with The Sopranos. I was actually saying explicitly I was willing to do that whole series, right? That was like my main series, and then the secondary series was going to be something else. Right, like some random stuff. So I have the main slot where I do one committed series, like it could be Game of Thrones, it could be something else. So every other day I'll do that, and then so like now we'll do it with, well, no, I actually won't do it though, because I'm not doing it like that style. But that was the style I was talking about, like every other day you would do the main series, like Game of Thrones, so you'll do that for a long period of time and get through the whole series, and then the next day you'll do some sort of random series. It could be a YouTube session, it could be some one-off movie, it could be some other series that I'm sort of giving a chance, but it has like some other failure state criteria. It could be anything else, right? So that was what I was doing for a while. So like, oh, Sopranos is my main series, and then on the off day, every other day I'll do some other random thing. And then, we keep coming back to The Sopranos. So that had like some sort of failure state where he got saved by plot armor 3 times. So then I said, okay, that ends the series. I treat it like he dies, right? 3 strikes and he's dead. But, and we could keep that intact for other plot armor considerations. But what you have here is the ability to look at it from a perspective that we're not going to do a main series right now. We'll just do this as a one-off or whatever. We'll do this and then maybe some other things on Netflix just till the end of the month. Just try to make the most of it since I already subscribed to it. And then again, next month or whatever, whenever the subscription ends, will be, again, I'll have to look. I should maybe do some research into that, like now. I'll see, like, are the Harry Potter books actually on Audible or what? Because then I'd have to subscribe to two things, right? One for the audiobook and one for the movie, because they're not going to be on the same service. Although that would be cool, almost as a tie-in. Like, you subscribe to Peacock or whatever to see the Harry Potter movies, but then they come with a free audiobook along with it as part of the subscription. Like, I don't know exactly how that would work, but like how Crunchyroll is giving you all these games, or even Netflix is giving you all these games, right? Like, oh, you get to play Slither.io, even though that's free. Like, why? Or what was the other one? GTA San Andreas. So I could play San Andreas on my phone, although I probably couldn't because this phone is too shitty for even that. But yeah, we would definitely feel compelled. We would feel compelled to basically do it like... okay, so here's another term that we're going to get into, which is called... it's basically... What was it? I just had it. Like a stigma effect, as I typically call it. So, like, you create this, like, in other words, it's good to be traumatized by a mistake so that you never make the mistake again, right, along those lines. So, like, you make some minor error, but then you let it really bother you and be like a perfectionist about it. It's not like, oh, that's just human nature, that's just normal. It happens, mistakes happen. Right, or even when something bad, like, oh, shit happened. Don't use that to sort of normalize and justify it. No, it's like it's a huge deal, right? Make a big deal like out of everything, but that way it never happens again, and you sort of create a stigma about it, right? So in that sense, trauma is a good thing. Or here's an expression that I have, is that, when you experience something, people try to discredit it, like, oh, you know, the only reason why you think that is because you had a bad childhood or this or that, right? But it's like all that other people can do, influences or whatever, experiences, all they can do is illuminate the reality of the world to you. So it's like, oh, you only think that because you're traumatized, but all that trauma could do is reveal to you an aspect of human nature or an aspect of the world. And so therefore, all it's doing is exposing how reality is to you, right? Rather than trying to hide it or cover it up. So that's all trauma is it exposes an element of reality that you may or may not be comfortable with or aware of before. And so simply having elements of reality exposed to you is not inherently a bad thing, even if the reality itself is bad. Or about influences more broadly, it's like, I always speak to the opposite interpretation, that you could see something like violence, right, in a game or media or whatever, how people say, right, and try to blame that for something. But the act of you seeing it could do one of two things, or it could just be in the middle, like, oh, it's just escapism, it's just fiction, right, it's no big deal. But even in reality, if you see it happen for real, it's like your reaction could be indifferent, like desensitized, or it could be positive, like, oh, I see an act of violence, now I feel like committing one myself, right? So that says more about you. Or somebody else could see the same thing and say, oh, I'm repulsed by that, I'm going to try to become somebody who fights for peace and pacifist and, all that. So you could be repulsed by it and driven to the other side, or you could be encouraged by it and try to imitate it. So it doesn't really work to blame the influence, because, again, it's like a mirror of the self. Two people could look at the same thing and have two opposite reactions to it. And so, again, it says more about you as the observer than what is observed. So, like, you could have abusive parents and then become abusive yourself, or you could be so traumatized that you would not only never do that, but you would also try to help other people who've been abused and try to prevent it from happening to anyone else. So, again, that mindset of like blame or reactionary basis doesn't really work, because you have, you can have vastly different reactions to the same thing. And then what else? Like, a lot of social contrivance is just based on reducing things to like a lowest common denominator, sort of dumbing them down almost. Or that can be the difficulty of it. There's a great fear of like objective thought, like somehow if you think objectively about something, right, that somehow makes it, that's dangerous or something. It would be in the broad sense, like, oh yeah, if you can think anything, then you could potentially do anything, but that's just the reality of human beings. So don't fear that human variable and potential that people always have, but instead, like, you're reduced to some sort of easy, definable, structured state. So people fear either the unknown or the infinite objective variable or their own infinite objective mind, but that's the beauty of it, is you can consider things objectively, infinitely, but then still practice them in whatever controlled reactionary way that you want, or that society would want. So here's another term that's a little bit of a mouthful. It is the inherent desired and suggested tendencies, like, of inherent man. So you would say that, you would say that basically your inherent tendency is very different than what your contrivance response is. So like you'll say, oh no, I want to be only with this one person. I don't want to sleep around and have countless partners, etc. But your inherent nature is going to still be observable. So like something will be true, right? Whether it's true in practice or it's true in contrivance response. So like the reason why you struggle to do that is because your inherent tendency isn't to do that, or the reason why you create this sort of specter of like some absolute, it's love, it's something like that. The only reason why you do that is because you feel like you have to, based on, it's a reaction. So again, whether you practice something inherent or contrive against it, you're still acknowledging the existence of the same. In other words, because people contrive against the process doesn't mean that process still isn't true. In fact, the whole reason why they have to. So, like, people wouldn't inherently do something wrong, right, by our reactionary standard. But the very reason why we call it wrong is in reaction to it being the state, to try to discourage it. So, like, it doesn't mean that, so people would inherently do that, like kill people, hurt people, whatever. That would be the inherent tendency. Otherwise, there'd be no need to stigmatize it. So the inherent desired suggested actions that people would do, basically from their human nature, etc., would be very different and, in fact, come in direct contrast to society and how people act on that level. Like, that's the whole reason why they'd be stigmatized. You're not seeing the bigger picture. Whether you play into your inherent nature or whether you inhibit it, you're still part of the same false duality, instead of something else, maybe inherent or objective, where you can be aware of it, but then you choose whether to do it or not, or ask whether there's a justifiable reason to limit it. So instead of having that objective thought, instead it's reduced to some sort of cognitive dissonance bypassing of, like, you try to create an absolute. So, oh no, God says it's wrong, so you don't even think about it. Or, oh, this is love, or like it's meant to be, or you pose some sort of absolute, or even morality is treated like that. So it creates like, oh, it's a higher standard that you can't question. Instead of, oh, you could realize that, oh, it's just a subjective human standard and a reaction to the inherent nature, a contrivance response to the inherent nature. So again, whether by reacting to it or by just being uninhibited and practicing it, it still validates the presence of some inherent state or tendency. So like the claim of, oh, there's an afterlife is a reaction to the fact that life is finite and that you would, you would have some insecurity or something about that. Bernie Sanders, the billionaires flocking to Trump, except the corporate-owned media owners who hate him so much. Those are the two things that would be hardest for Democrats to explain, basically. Why does the corporate-owned media, owned by billionaires, love Democrats so much, if they're really against the rich or whatever? And why do they hate Republicans/Democrats so much? And then number two is, how could you explain, the lack of any sort of effort to enforce proper, normal border security? And even like celebrities who are rich, all these rich celebrities love Democrats, like Steph Curry just said it, or whatever, like, certainly they loved him before he ran for president, like a lot of these same wealthy people, even a lot of these Democrats. A lot of actors, Hollywood, etc., all have this view, so that almost tells you the opposite. All these rich people and the media talking heads who are owned by wealthy, all these media companies are owned by billionaires themselves, like Jeff Bezos or Jeff Zucker or whoever, right? Even social media, except for Elon Musk. See, people point that out. Oh, no wonder Elon Musk likes him, because, like billionaires flock together. But then, how come every other network owned by billionaires hates him so much and is so out to get him? Right? It's too convenient, so it does raise some questions. Like, how would you really explain that? Why does he seem like the underdog going against the grain, going against the system, the deep state, whatever you want to call it? And the reason probably why is because he's an outsider, right? So it makes everybody within the structure look bad. It doesn't even necessarily mean that he's good in doing that. Macaron massacre. At least he's honest. I don't believe so. What a thing to do, eating while you're watching MasterChef. Oh, he's revealing them one at a time. They were still mostly good. He only said a little off. Oh, so the title is maybe clickbait. Maybe it's actually good. He looks happy. Let's judge the body language. That was actually pretty nice, considering the title. Let's see what people's comments are. This sort of baited us. Finally, positivity. That guy looks like he's going to cry. But no, sometimes they try to fake you out. Like, Justin, and then everybody claps. It's not you, like, who's in, who gets to stay. I did see that first season. I saw like some of XQC's reaction to it. Basically, that's maybe why I saw it. Or was it season 1 or season 2? Like where it's like Jessica or somebody versus like Christian, and that felt almost disingenuous. Like they somehow were doing it for some other politically correct reason. Greed shall disintegrate the last moments of America. Amount of money these wealthy individuals donate. Yeah, people don't see that process either. Like, you'll blame a politician for being wealthy, right, like Bloomberg or somebody running, right, or Trump. But then you don't see that, oh, if you're not rich, you're beholden to people who are rich because you need donors to run. So, like, it comes to the same thing. Would you rather have somebody self-made who can't be bribed or bought, or somebody who depends on other people's money? I'd love to ask that point blank to one of these people too, like, so then why does the corporate-owned media owned by billionaires hate Trump so much, right? Are they just doing the right thing, or are they just good people? Like, he just said how bad they are, so why would they be supporting Democrats? Why would all the celebrities and millionaires and billionaire media conglomerates, right, why would they feel that way? Elon Musk has a hilarious answer to... I don't even know what I'm reacting to half the time, but we'll do Stranger Things in a minute here. If you're going to die, you'd rather die on Mars. So he's giving explicit permission that I can sell his ashes on eBay. He only wants to make one trip to Mars, though. I thought he wanted to live there. He wants to go to Mars, come back. Chef caught trying to hack Hell's Kitchen. Or I saw this one clip where the chick is like, I'm making my own dinner. Right? Oh, why did you use so much of that? Oh, it's for my own dinner. She's stealing the food. We saw Hans Niemann lost to Magnus. Here, and I find it funny that they're playing in person, but they're still playing on a computer sitting next to each other. Most intense moments on Hell's Kitchen. Johnny Depp's agent talks Elon Musk, Amber Heard relationship. Let's hear this, Ish, right? You could say Elon got lucky or something, but... So Depp's agent talks Elon Musk, Amber Heard relationship, 17 minutes, 15 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1. So somebody who's friends with Heard, I guess. One thing I'll defend is like, oh, she's a gold digger, but there's a reason why Elon would choose to be with, like, why are all these rich people choosing to be with her? Right, oh, she's a gold digger, but how come Elon's such a helpless clown then that he falls for it? Or how come Johnny Depp falls for it? So it's like all this stuff. People always say, oh, women are gold diggers, but then how come men are just suckers who fall for it? it was a two-way street. If it's that easy, sure, maybe they will, but by Mr. Isn't this sort of hearsay, though? He was reluctant. He doesn't say exactly what he says, but what is this fucking poster he has in the background? So he set a meeting up. There was an objection, but we didn't hear what it actually was. It just skipped over it. So it's like a restraining order. I don't know what the T stands for. I'd make her sign something, or just rescind the fucking order if you're gonna say you want to meet. On tour makes it sound like he's a musician or something. How close were they? Oh, hours? No, it's still going on right now. It never ended. They just died sitting there. They rent a room just so they can just fucking talk. So this could maybe used against him somehow, how it's like, you broke your restraining order, but... So what, you just sat in the room with them? Oh, he knows about this too. He's snitching on all the relationship details. That was after she got the divorce. Why couldn't you just be in an open relationship where you can be doing both at once, open and consensually? So that always came down as negative testimony for her. Yeah, she confided in him, like, oh, this is never going to come back to haunt you. So a 5-second delay there, but, like, oh, clearly this will never come back to haunt me, telling him all these details, but now it might. This guy could have been trying to be the rebound guy, I guess. Tough competition with Elon, though. In my psychological analysis, I think Elon has a crush on AOC because he always will make fun of her and do all these tweets, but I think he genuinely low-key likes her and finds her attractive and stuff. A big man. Like himself. Immediately. So how long of a window is that? I don't know how much money she really got from Elon, though, because they didn't get married or anything. This almost implies that they're not friends anymore, but this seems like a positive testimony. You could blame him. He's the one who leaked all this stuff to TMZ, not her. But everybody feels like it's her who did it, so... So in other words, who is she referring to? She's never referring to Elon. It's always Johnny. Elon's getting cucked in this whole conversation. I got to give her credit. Like, even if you think she's a shitty person, she certainly knows how to bag some very high-profile guys. And imagine you go from Johnny to Elon. That's a heck of a rebound guy. Like, how much higher standard could you have, at least from a wealth status standpoint? Okay, another 5-second delay. Or maybe a little bit longer. It may sound repetitive, so it must be asked and answered, so why even bother trying? He made an obvious mistake there. And he said it wrong again. 23rd, 27. This guy's getting jealous of Johnny, too, saying it so many times. It's never about Elon. It's never about him. It's always about Johnny. Vampires? What is that, like a band or something? Hollywood Vampires. Yes, I know whether or not something he enjoyed, but he didn't say whether he enjoyed it or not. Another 5-second delay, what the fuck? Oh, that's the end. I don't want to be with you anymore, says Johnny Depp during argument. Some of these recordings I kind of like. Some of this stuff, as far as React content, ends up taking on like a sadistic form. Like, I like seeing scary moments of people getting freaked out, or I like seeing, moments of, creepy people on a Ring doorbell camera terrorizing somebody, or I like to see, crimes being committed, or I like hearing couples breaking up or getting mad or having fights. Like, this is kind of weird stuff, but people react to it all the time, or people find it entertaining in some sort of gossiping sort of way, so... This is now Johnny himself on the stand. So this is I Don't Want to Be With You Anymore, starting in 3, 2, 1. But that's always my standard, too. Like, why do people give one another so many second chances? It's like, sure, you could say there's plenty of fish in the sea or something. But you could also say, like, have a very high standard. Like, if somebody cheats on you once, then it's over. Just never give them another chance. Or nearness past to it might be strong. Or if somebody hits you once, never tolerate hitting somebody. Like, if you she does sound like a little jealous now. But no, that's my standard. Whether you're a man or a woman, it's like, if they hit you one time in a malicious way that's meant to actually hurt you, right? Not like a joking little thing, whatever. But if you do that even once, then you just break up and you never give them a chance again. Because even your worst enemies shouldn't necessarily physically harm you, but somebody who's supposed to love you would not physically hurt you, right? You say, oh, they were just upset or it's just a mistake, but that's not the sort of thing that should be excused. So imagine the standard that sets in society. Like, what if every woman would break up with a man immediately after they get hit once? Which, again, that shouldn't even happen at all, but like, at one strike and you're out, then it would happen a lot less, right? Whereas, oh, you're enabling it and you're supporting it and you're excusing it. Like, why would you ever do that? If it happens once, you're out. And then society sets that standard that now it's not going to be tolerated because if you do it, that's it. You don't get a second chance. And I don't like that contradiction too. It's like, oh, I didn't break up with him for hitting me because I was scared. So like, you're allowing yourself to continue to be hit or abused because you're afraid of him based on him hitting you. but you won't use that to break up, right? It makes no sense. Like, oh, I was afraid he might kill me or something if I break up, but you got to do it in some other way, call the police, hide with family, but you know what I mean? Like, so you'd say, oh, I'm too afraid to break up with him because I hit you. Like, again, they hit you once, and then you're like, oh, I'm afraid, so I'm going to stay and keep subjecting myself to getting hit more and more. Like, I don't understand that logic. If you're scared, then don't be with them anymore. Or it's like financial dependence, but Johnny always speaks in like a low tone that makes it sound like he could be a little doped out or something, but I'm not fighting with you anymore, the biggest lie ever told. Continues the fight. But yeah, like, why is all this shit even recorded? It must obviously have been her who's doing it, but you could say, oh, she's trying to bait something, but she says some pretty mean things here too that are, don't make her look the best. So obviously, I don't know exactly how she could have edited them down and pretended like that was the whole thing, right? And made it only make him look bad, but she has the whole thing here, so. She's telling him calm down, but he's always sounds calm because he's like me, like monotone kind of style. But no, the financial incentive thing doesn't even entirely work because she was moderately successful herself anyway. Like, she was doing well for herself, not as well as him, but she was fine. She didn't need any of this for the money. And so the fact that these people choose to be with her is their choice too. 5-second delay. Or about 7 seconds. It is another. I was trying to show you where we're at. I ain't gonna do that. Johnny Depp, 20, whatever this was. Wouldn't let you leave, but aren't you a big, strong man? Like, you can't be stopped by a little girl like that. But again, it goes both ways, like domestic abuse. Don't allow it, don't enable it. But it is sort of normalized and accepted when it happens to a man more. Like, oh, haha, he must have done something wrong. There's all those social experiments like that. Like, you show a woman hit a man and everybody just laughs in public, but a man hits a woman and, oh, everybody comes to his defense, to her defense. Yeah, to his defense. Oh, wait, but to some Hollywood party, apparently. Yeah, like, why put up with that is what I don't get. Unless it's part of your foreplay, then I could understand you like it rough, but I guess that could always be a bait too. You like it rough, but then you say, oh, that wasn't an intentional fetish that we were doing. They actually abused me. Like, it's so hard to prove that kind of thing, right? Even with all these celebrities like Bill Cosby or something, regardless of the details of that, it's like, we could have had consensual sex. It doesn't prove that you drugged and raped them, right? They could have had consensual sex. So how would you distinguish that, especially when it happened like 20 years ago? You'll point out, oh, look, they met here, or they were both here at this party, right? It doesn't mean they weren't there. It doesn't mean they didn't have sex, but who's to say it wasn't consensual? That's such a hard thing to prove, which is why you definitely have to do it right at the time. Mr. Rottenborn, associated with Robbie Rotten from fucking whatever that's called. We Are Number One, the show. I forget the name, what it actually is. I think he passed away or something a few years ago because people were talking about that. Okay, so we're starting Stranger Things Season 1, Episode 1 in a second here. It is called Chapter 1, The Vanishing of Will Byers. And so we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. 49, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20. That's how much is actually remaining, right? That is how it shows it to you. November 6, 1983, Hawkins, Indiana. Most of the horror-type series, which at least is probably semi-horror, that I've seen are, like, stupid, right? Like the Lovecraft universe, I didn't like that pilot at all. Hawkins National Laboratory, U.S. Department of Energy. So, like, I didn't like that one at all. American Horror Story was okay, at least. So, I don't know. The one thing I don't think this will be is anthology. I don't think it is. I think it's more like just a straight-up story with recurring characters. Right, but a lot of horror series tend to be anthology in nature. Like, every episode, that was the first jump scare of the series, I guess. But it didn't really get me. Just him opening the door. Bro thinks he's Gordon Freeman. He's gonna induce the alien invasion. This seems like a contrived plot thing already. Like, this is what's gonna explain all the supernatural stuff that happened. That's gonna happen. Why is he just standing there? Like, if you want to run, run. And the door closes just then, just in time. Oh, great. It starts to rain just as I start doing this, too. And what timing with that little fucking thing, too. So they're going to be fans of this type of thing anyway. They're going to be experts on the supernatural type stuff. They're a lot younger than I expected if these are the main characters. Or they're like role-playing something. I like how into this they all are. Don't be a pussy. Oh, look at her roleplay though. She's the dungeon master. As much as I like RP in a certain sense, I don't really know about doing it like that. still better and more healthy than playing video games, I guess. Yeah, that's something I should almost try doing, is some sort of a Dungeons and Dragons type RP shenanigans. Maybe if I had a bigger following, I'd do it with viewers and stuff, like on the live stream. But you have to have like a clear rule set. But no, they're going to be into all this shit anyway, and they're going to, know a lot of things about supernatural fantasy stuff. She got a stick up her butt, literally, because she's been dating this guy who sticks it up her butt. I kind of don't like the ages of these kids. I thought they would be older. And I swear, the one kid I thought was a girl. He looks very girly. The Demogorgon thing. Like, he really gets into the role play a lot. But no, he totally looks like a girl, so I thought he was a female character at the beginning. So he was acting as the Demogorgon in a good way, like, in a convincing way. But no, isn't that better than playing computer games and stuff? Well, that was a good, wholesome way to start, even if it's maybe looking at it in, like, a marginalizing way. Right? See, like, it's important with scenes like that not to be too judgmental, like, oh, you think that's silly, or, no, you're just looking at it as a basic character development. Like, it doesn't matter what they were doing. They could have been playing chess, they could have been playing video games, right? It doesn't really matter. It's just to show their nerdiness, or, again, their preconception to this sort of thing, like how even in that Lovecraft universe, the guy loves comic books and stories and stuff like that. So they're going to use that, it's such a cliche, but they're going to use that expertise of their fantasy life to help them when fantasy comes to reality here, right? That happens in all these stories. Even in like that Alive thing with the zombies, like, oh, he's using his gaming skills to drive the drone and help everybody. The problem with these kind of things is it's so dark that you get like a glare, so it's kind of hard for me to see when I'm watching horror stuff. Like, I didn't really see what it was that appeared there. His bike was sort of upside down. So we're at 43:04, 3, 2, 1, 0. 43. So just to keep up with the timestamp. And it is going to be... Now they won't believe him, or they'll think he's role-playing. And his lights were flickering too. So whatever he's going to find is going to be the impetus for strange things happening the whole series. I swear I had it in my head that these kids were older, maybe in like a later season, or maybe there is an older character who's going to guide them. That dog must be a skinwalker. Yeah, let's just introduce what the plot device is that's going to make all this stuff happen. I don't know, it's already following like too many cliches, like the scene at the beginning in the lab or whatever it was, U.S. Department of Energy, where, it's going to be some, I don't know, like how would I write this? It would just happen more organically, like you just discover like an alien ship, and then, which he maybe just discovered something like that. I couldn't see what it was, but like every episode is going to be its own little gimmick, supernatural thing that they have to deal with, I guess. So it has something to do with the lights. Obviously that we see them keep flickering and stuff. God damn it, why did I have to do a rainstorm right when I'm doing this? And now you'll barely be able to hear me, probably. But I've committed to it. Netflix original series. Oh, I didn't even know really it was that. Winona Ryder David Harbour, Finn Wolfhard, somebody, Millie Bobby Brown, Natalia Dyer, Charlie Heaton, Cara Buono, and Matthew Modine. This logo is kind of cool with the music and everything. But again, they're going to constantly be solving these mysteries and stuff to do with the supernatural without anybody knowing. Or like nobody will believe them and stuff. They'll think he's just role-playing like he was as a Demogorgon and shit. Created by the Duffer Brothers. I don't know who the fuck they are. Chapter 1, Vanishing of Will Byers. Little childhood drawing. I didn't really understand what was happening there too much. Like, something was chasing him. So, was that Will Byers and he went missing in that moment? Or... or is this guy Will Byers? Whenever it's a big name actor, you know it's usually going to be like, oh, they must be a recurring character, so they're not going to die. The Duffer Brothers really think they're like the Joel and Ethan Coen brothers, or the Nolan brothers. They're the poor man's version of that, maybe. Right, Jonathan and Christopher Nolan, and Joel and Ethan Coen. I guess that kind of rhymes. And then these clowns, Duffer Brothers. Getting ready for some big date or something. It looks like this is his handsome routine. You had a little thirst trap imagery already. Oh, he's a cop. Small town sheriff. That's going to be the strangest twist of all. He ends up being the killer at the end of the whole show. He's Red John. He's Thomas McAllister. Fuck it, dude. I'm going to keep... I make references to The Mentalist in every fucking show that I see. Okay, this guy's at least a bit older. Oh, so maybe those kids were just a way to introduce the plot, and they're not going to actually be main characters. Oh, I like that assertive clapping. That's my fetish. But that was a kid who went missing, I guess. I like the acting there. Like, it's sort of genuine. They're not overplaying it. Okay, Karen. Those are two things I disagree with. Like, blue hair doesn't mean you're an SJW. And being a Karen's just a common name. Now they'll search at school. But no, I've been craving like a drama series, so maybe this will fill that in part, even though it'll be supernatural and stuff too. But like just a straight drama, or even a movie where it's just like good, well acted, good dialogue, you know, whether it be like romantic drama, cheating on somebody, or something. I just don't care about this kid stuff. This is like what I said in The Sopranos. I don't want to see this little kid. I'm not watching The Sopranos, a mob series, to see the fucking kid get in a fight at school, like a history of violence style. That just doesn't do it for me. I don't care. Like, none of this matters to me. I'm being ageist. right? I'm being prejudiced because, I don't care about this age group of kids and I don't care what they're doing. Do your little Demogorgon roleplay, that'll scare them. What is it, like your reversible arms or something? Yeah, you got all this school stuff. Do I really give a shit about school, dude? Fuck this. At least a little older age group would serve it well, like the kid in the kitchen just now who was being questioned about that. Okay, making out in the bathroom for the third time. Just do it in the hallway like everybody else. People would always do that in school. You don't have to be this subtle about it. Wants to get a nookie. He's gonna try to rape her or something. Something's gonna happen. That's gonna be some dramatic moment. You can't just be a good horny guy. There's always that implication, like the way they portray it in stories. Like, he's really horny and he wants to have sex, but isn't she horny too? She's wet. She should want to fucking have sex too, but it's always like, oh, guys are the ones. Guys are always so easy to rile up. Oh no, it's her fault that she blue-balled him in the bathroom at school. Average small town sheriff, but he's going to be highly capable. He's going to be one of those types. He's not like you. Could be a clue, like he wears weird clothes. That's a good comeback. Is he gay? Like, why do we care? He's missing. You were just saying he played hooky. That's not accurate. There's always people who get killed everywhere. I like her urgency there. Good acting, good dialogue. Sort of a good quip back. That was a good memorable moment. Is he queer? Is he... What's wrong with his clothes? Like, you're focusing on all these mundane details. You're going to get the U.S. Department of Energy again. So what exactly happened, though? I don't get it. The lights were just flickering. Some monster escaped. And the monster uses the light to capture people, or I don't know. So everybody's going to fail to solve this, all these professionals, and the little kids are going to have to do it with their little role play. This is pretty badass, whatever the fuck's about to happen here. I don't think we've seen really what it is so far, though. Maybe in the woods with the bike, but this is going to be a better horror movie than this episode alone will be better than most horror movies. Although we haven't seen a whole lot of it yet, but that's the whole point, I guess. You're trying to build the suspense and everything. But yeah, like that whole premise, oh, it's a small town and nothing bad ever happens here. Even the smallest town is going to have some sort of crime, some theft, some murder. But no, this is pretty good. Again, I don't know whether I'll watch too much of it because just like I'm not in the mood to watch a dedicated series for now, but it definitely doesn't seem bad. I don't even get it. What is it? So now there's a girl who escaped. So she's going to have like some superpowers herself. We get a little Quentin Tarantino foot fetish moment. Or perhaps age-wise, that wouldn't exactly be an appropriate thing to say, but how was I supposed to know that? So you're going to be in a case of... she's going to be the killer or whatever, the monster, I guess. Although, I don't know what that was supposed to be, though, on the wall. It was like some weird, almost like Cthulhu-like structure that would allow you to maybe feel that you're infesting a certain area or something. So you're going to get a badass +1 character point moment here for her because she's already stealing some shit. But no, we got to see this music is maybe unfitting for how I'm building out this character. What was he shocked by? The fact that it's a girl, not a boy, or the fact that they're so young, or what? Oh, look at that fake out. This is going going to be a plot device element too, just you're going to somehow communicate with the other side, supernatural stuff, I don't know. Like how they use the radio and signs to hear what the aliens are saying. Some random fucking baby monitor. But it makes sort of sense. Like, oh, they'd be in this remote area away from everybody, away from human society, so it would be like on a farm or something, above the farm or whatever. So basically everybody. Don't take your anger out on them. Then why even tell them if you don't want them to look? Why are you being all threatening and stuff? You're a fucking clown. I don't like this cop. Don't take it out on them because you can't do your fucking job, you spoiled clown who wants your little coffee and comfort break right when you come into work in a small town where you yourself said the hardest thing you ever had to deal with was like an owl and something minor, but you're still acting like you're so stressed out and all this kind of shit. Lord of the Rings references here. Rehashes is some wizard, I know. We're going through a litmus test of everything he could be scared about. Oh, that's just a flashback, I was going to say. Like, like the Until Dawn test. Like, clown, zombies, aliens. What a combination. Sounds like a good Friday night. Like, they ask you everything you're afraid of, potentially. I heard they were making Until Dawn 2, but I never heard anything follow up. He doesn't know that he's like maybe they don't know how to speak even. This guy's a bored small town diner owner, so he just is looking for drama any way he can get it, and this is how he gets it. Trying to bribe a little girl with food. what, like 11 is how old she is, or what? This guy's acting like some super spy special agent, the diner owner, but he's just a fucking random clown. Like, you're not doing anything special, dude. You don't, like, he's acting, this acting is actually kind of bad here. You're acting like it's too serious when it's not. You don't know how serious it is. So you have supernatural powers, obviously. Why you couldn't use that to get some food, I don't know. Like, in some other way. You can control inanimate objects for now, is the power we've established. I was almost happy when the kid went missing, because I was just like, now we don't have to deal with this age group. We'll deal with older kids, like the other kid in the kitchen with the mom, whose name I don't even know. But like, deal with like an older age group. So he crashed, then he went back to the house, and then the light flickered, and then he's gone. This can't be too far from his house. Now the radio might give them a clue. It's going to be sort of inconclusive, though. The episode's halfway over, so how are they going to solve this shit in time? Her reaction is pretty believable. In fact, sometimes I would complain like that they wouldn't worry. The greatest telephone rage scene since Robert De Niro in Goodfellas, where he knocks the whole fucking thing over. I love that clip where he's calling people gangsters in real life. Like, you're gangsters. Like, that's a compliment coming from you. But he's saying it to, like, Trump supporters or something like that. Be hiding somewhere this whole time. This guy is so fucking clownish. He's like a bigger tryhard than I am. Like, he's trying to act all cool and small town sheriff who admittedly has no major experience. He's been waiting for this moment his whole life. I mean, even as the audience, we don't really know what happened. He just sort of disappeared. So he could be hiding in the house. He's not going to be dead. Or yeah, I want to see this officer get killed for being such a clown. Oh yeah, this is where he was, in the little barn thing, where the light went off. Right, so the kid was right under it when it happened. So he just got zapped out of existence, basically. Yeah, just put your fingerprints on everything, you fucking small town clown. Don't have forensics where you come from, huh? Yeah, I'm waiting for it. Let him get killed too. Fuck it. It's just too bad in these scenes the glare aspect fucks me all over. It's not even that sunny or anything. It's just somehow the screen is like that. When it gets too dark, I can't see very clearly. Bring flashlights because he's scared of that bulb going out. Snitch. Big snitch. Look at his face. Look at his face. That's a meme-worthy face. He just looks at her, smiles with his mouth open. Oh, look at the little girl, so sad and upset. Dad? I mean, what, the guy can't eat after a long day of work? Like, what the fuck? Sounds like he's kind of drunk a little bit. He's like slurring his words and stuff. Tired after a long day of work that he's not used to doing. Why would you want a teacher out on a search party anyway? Your little role play going on with the Lord of the Rings stuff or something. What if the word over contradicts with what you're saying? The search is still going on. Over. Oh, so the search is over? I don't know. It is interesting the way this is portrayed. Like, they would really let you sneak out like that. Look at this desperate, horny clown. I like how he snitched on his sister there. Okay, you're a little bit too horny. gonna try to rape her in her own house now? I just always have the worst assumptions because something interesting's gotta happen. It'll be like an evil, demented smile, though. Now somebody's gonna come to pick her up. In the kitchen. I'm having her for dinner. You could have done that a bit more subtly, but you're not going to just shoot on first sight. Okay, I wasn't really expecting that. Could have played it a little longer, though. You didn't have to played it out. You didn't have to just shoot him right away and announce your presence, basically. This guy's the most squeamish of the bunch. I'll learn their names eventually, but I'm not really paying attention to it right now. But no, this was a pretty good episode, honestly. But I think the problem is we're not going to get a payoff. It's not going to be like a one-off storyline. Ask him some questions that'll lead to some rizzing, flirting action. I think that would still pass as a correct answer. Melting point, boiling point, it's the same fucking thing. Is this really the song to make out to, Africa? Is that really a romantic song? The parents are going to come barging in looking for the other kid that's gone missing. I don't really pay attention to names sometimes, and I don't have the subtitles on, so don't hold that too harshly, but she likes it, so you can't be too feel too bad about her. Just give him a hand job so it shuts him the fuck up from being so goddamn horny the whole time. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be an anthology series. It's going to be an ongoing thing. were blaming him at the time. You worked late. It was your fault. You were just saying it was his fault at the beginning. In a weird way, I almost want him to be dead just to show that this series is going to be taking itself seriously. Right, that it's hardcore and stuff. Bro looking like a young Zac Efron or some shit. I didn't really make out what it was. Like, it's just a bunch of random sounds. So he's somewhere near electricity and a phone. So in other words, not randomly out in the woods. Could be a fucking cell phone, but... So 3 minutes left. Pretty good episode. It's probably sitting around a B grade, but with no resolution, I can't give it an A. So now you find this girl, whose name we don't know yet. And she's going to be very supernaturally gifted. This is going to introduce the whole supernatural element of this show. Like, she's going to be with them the whole time or something. Oh, you get a 3-minute credits though? This music is kind of nice for the title song, basically. It was pretty good. Oh, no, don't play the next episode. What about the 3-minute fucking... No. It skipped it. Basically, I'm going to re-watch it. But yeah, it was a pretty good episode. It was, everything's good except for the lack of resolution, which I know sometimes that can be difficult. With an ongoing series, you can't always have that every episode, but I guess I thought that's the pacing that it'll have. Like, one episode they'll discover aliens, and one episode they'll discover zombies, and one episode they'll deal with werewolves, right? Like, every episode it'll be like a new supernatural thing that they're dealing with, which may not be what it is at all, but wouldn't that be cool? Like, okay, the first episode, they see an alien ship and nobody believes them, and then they interact with an alien like E.T. and, solve some problem, and then they go back home or whatever. And then the second episode, they're dealing with something else. They go to the graveyard, it's Halloween, and some zombie comes back to life, and they have to solve this problem. Like, some sort of paranormal investigator type stuff, where it's going to be... almost like Scooby-Doo or something. You're going to investigate these things that are dealing with supernatural subjects, basically. So, yeah, it was pretty good. I'll give it a B. I liked the whole girls dynamic, the diner stuff. That guy's acting was a little bit overplayed. He was more worried than he should have been, given that he doesn't know what's going on. We saw the lab escape. We don't really know the full extent of what happened with that. The kids are a little bit too young for my liking, but that's just a personal preference, like the main cast. The kid goes missing. The lights are flickering. We don't really get much of not only a payoff at the end, but even just in general. Like, we didn't really see anything at all. So some of the drama and the acting is good, but we didn't really see, like, oh, the creature killed somebody at the beginning, or, or it was the girl themselves doing it, and then they come in and try to shoot the girl and kill the diner guy. Right, so it's like, that's the most action we saw, but we didn't actually see any action when it comes to the supernatural element. Like, maybe we should have at least seen what it was or something. So on that level, it wasn't too impressive. Like, it wasn't actually scary or anything. Right, there's very little of that actually to go on, so I might have done it where I would just show the monster at the end and then make you look forward to that. But as far as I can tell, we see it at the beginning, but we don't actually see it. We just see the light flicker and the guy get pulled up or something. Then we see some sort of weird thing on the wall that's like some Cthulhu Lovecraftian substance, which I don't know what, I couldn't make out exactly what it was. Of course, I'm watching this while driving, so I might miss some of the visuals, but generally it's fine. And then number 2 is we see something in the woods where the guy crashes his bike and then runs home. And then, I don't know if we really saw something there. Then the light flickers and again, and then I thought it might just be some stupid twist where, he's hiding in the house the whole time. But yeah, that cop kind of triggered me with how stupid he is. So let me watch the ending credits, which I was meaning to do, but they fucked it up. It wanted to autoplay the next episode. So they discover the girl. At least buy me dinner before you flash me, she says to herself, because sexualizing an underage character count too, but not really. I'm just joking. I didn't know it was a young girl. The foot fetish joke with Quentin Tarantino, and then this one, you're flashing her with a flashlight. At least buy me dinner before you flash me. So she somehow killed those other people coming after her, the agents or whatever. Right. How did they know, though? The diner guy called social services, and then they send these people. How did they know for sure that was the girl? Couldn't it just be some random homeless girl, period? How would you know it's exactly her? Right, some random diner clown. You have to hit, watch credits. Why should I have to do that? You should have to hit skip if you want to skip. But you are able to... Again, some random diner clown discovers some random girl. What if it wasn't her? She didn't even see it before she went in. How would you know that with certainty? Unless you have a tracker on her, but then you would have known to begin with. It must have lined up with where they thought she went missing, but that is actually a bit of a contradiction. You don't even see the girl. You don't even know for sure. It could be somebody else. Maybe something about her description of how she looks. She's bald, she doesn't have any hair. He must have given some other information like that, which maybe he gave over the phone, so that would respect the audience's intelligence. He gave one clue that would explain why they believed it was her with such certainty, but then she escapes, obviously. She has certain powers. What is this? We see a little monkey massacre. What the fuck was that? Georgia, which makes a lot of games, actually, Smite and stuff to do with, what the fuck was that monkey thing? I gotta see that shit again. What the fuck am I looking at? I'm watching the credits, vibing out to the music, and then I see a monkey with a knife. 21 Laughs Entertainment. A monkey with a knife. Monkey Massacre. That must be some media company? I don't fucking know what I'm looking at. That was the scariest thing of the whole episode. Yeah, this is pretty good. I liked it. I personally would have made the kids a bit older, but whatever. They'll get older over the course of the show if it's several seasons. I don't even know how many seasons it is. And I also don't know how many episodes a season typically is of a show. I feel it's usually around 23 to 25 or something, but at least with anime it tends to be 25, 26, but for the whole show. But, for a season of an American TV show, it tends to be 20-something. Yeah, that sheriff I didn't really like. I guess I won't allocate too many character points. Maybe I'll give one to the mom because she's so worried on point. She's immediately has such a visceral reaction to the thing that I often might complain about that in other stories. They're not reacting hard enough. React harder, what I should be doing. But you're you would wait a couple days and not worry about it and downplay it, and then you'd freak out. at least here you get to see it for real, right? That she immediately is very worried. Okay, so last session I decided to watch Season 1, Episode 1 of Stranger Things, and it was pretty good. Some of my gripes were I think the age group of the kids was a little bit lower than what I thought, right? And one of the funny moments is the fact that the kid, I'm not good with names when I'm first watching a series, but whatever, like I'm more paying attention to what's happening than the name, so I don't typically care about that. But what it is that first kid who's playing the Demogorgon, right? In the role play, I thought that was a girl at first, not a boy. So whatever, for what that's worth. But it was pretty interesting. That one scene at the diner was kind of presented a little bit incorrectly because, without even knowing for sure that it's the girl, like maybe he described her in a certain way, but that would tell them, but without even knowing it's her, for sure. It could just be some other kid that looks like her who happens to be homeless. I know it's convenient because she's just gone missing, but they just shoot the guy and kill him before they even see the girl. Like, at least walk into the kitchen with him, then shoot him in front of the girl, and then whatever. She has special powers and stuff like that. And yeah, you could easily mistake her for a young boy too. So there's some kind of experiment gone wrong. She has the ability to control lights and stuff. And, she can just kill people, apparently. I don't know, we didn't see exactly how, like when the two guys with guns come after her. But, yeah, it's some experiment gone wrong. They're trying to hush it up. So, yeah, it was an interesting first episode. I gave it a B grade. It could have been an A if it sort of... The problem with an episode like that is there's no sense of resolution. Like, we don't really learn anything. We just have so many questions, which is fine, right, on an episodic basis. Like, it's not an anthology series where every episode has to come to a satisfying conclusion, but it maybe leaves a little bit to be desired. So let me rehash some of my old takes here. First of all, the term absolutist, which is sort of my own thing. Like, there are certain ideologies like this, but I sort of have adopted this and I've always used it. So I've come up with the absolutist philosophy over the years, and I've talked about it and come up with certain concepts. So I attribute a lot of this stuff in there, and it's all my ideas. So copyright, for sure, because the stimuli, acme, and folly favoritism, and all these different terms. But without even getting into those terms, what is an absolutist in my whole ideation and definition? And the answer is somebody who believes in consistency above all else. So they're not an absolutist because they believe in absolutes, but because they don't believe in absolutes and they reject them. In other words, everything is under human control. So it's like they would reject belief systems like religion because they would say, oh, that takes power away from people. So like one of my noteworthy lines in the debate format about this was, astrology is like, imagine blaming celestial objects for your personal problems, like sort of just mocking it and making fun of it, because it's like, whether it be zodiac signs, whether it be, some spiritualistic thing, like whether it be religion, whether it be anything else, right, like that. All that does is take away power from you. Even if God did exist and is doing their own thing, you can't influence what God is going to do, so why would you even worry about it, right? Don't focus on things you can't control is an absolutist phrase that I would use. So, but yeah, I mean, all this stuff is my own discussions that I did on it, I'm not saying it doesn't borrow ideas from other things, and I'm not saying it's all original, but 90% of it probably is more original than even I give it credit for. Because people would always think, oh, you must be quoting from somewhere, but I'm really not. I'm coming up with this ideation on its own. So again, you believe in consistency and you believe in giving power to people, or like you believe in human potential. So don't make excuses and say, oh, well, God will save us, or, God will, it works in mysterious ways. Like, none of that stuff matters. Focus only on what you can actually do, instead of just, oh, I'm going to make excuses or defer to, like this is a term I would use, either rule by omission, like where, you're being ruled by something that you can't even see or it isn't even accountable to you, but also deferring to invisible authority, like, oh, well, the president in Washington said it, or, the leader in the Capitol said it, so we'll follow it. It's like, you're not even seeing them, you're not even, it's too far from the self to really be valued like that. So God is even more extreme, like, you're deferring to something that you can't even see, that isn't even real, right? That isn't even accountable to you. So it's just kind of a way to bypass your critical thinking. Even if something like that was real, it doesn't matter, because it's like, zodiac signs and all these kind of nonsensical things. None of that has any impact on your life. Do what you're going to do. Maximize your potential and your actions, and don't worry about anything else. So, right, none of that shit really matters. And so what you have is a simple ability to focus on what you can control, maximize that. This was a phrase that was somehow associated with XQC's AI, where it's like he kept saying that. Maximize the things you can control and minimize the things you can't control, which is exactly the sort of thing an absolutist would say. So he kind of hijacked that phrase a bit. But yeah, that's one of the points. Like, again, what other things do people say? Like, maybe to do with love, stimuli acme, like, oh, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be, or oh, it's just luck. None of those things would apply. It's like, maximize your actions, which most people don't do, and that's what those sort of things help people be molded into. You can be molded into a half-mass human function, meaning like you're just doing your job, and you're nothing more than what society reduces you to. You're just a student, you're just a worker, you're just this, you're just that, right? You're not self-actualizing, you're not aware of inherent man, inherent base standards. None of that is to your awareness. And so what you have is, it's easy to control you, because it's like, oh, well, I'm limited, I'm restricted by society, but it's okay because God says so, or something else says so. Even the government, in an empirical sense, can be applied here. So the problem turns into, again, how do you take power away from people, and how do you get them to be okay with it? And the way that you do it is you indoctrinate them, and you, again, have them defer sort of to invisible authority, where you're saying that, you're doing it because of some invisible man in the sky, and just don't question it, and just live your life according to that. Like, you would think people would be a bit more inquisitive about it, but this is how you bypass their cognitive dissonance. So, again, oh, it's meant to be, oh, it's absolute. So all those absolutes they would reject. An absolute of God, an absolute of love, an absolute of anything, because you can explain it logically. Like, God is just a way to express our fears and our desires, right? That, oh, God would say killing people is bad because we don't want to die, or you go to heaven because we want closure, or your enemies who wrong you go to hell, or whatever. Like, all these things that reinforce human standards. So it's just a psychological peace of mind, false certainty, etc. that it gives people. But also, again, like love, it's meant to be, but it's really just the nearness postulate, which means, what are the chances that the one person in the world who you're meant to be with and your soulmate happens to live in the same 50-mile geographic radius as you instead of anywhere else in the world? What are the chances of that? It couldn't just be, the non-basis of self, as I call it, where everything is defined by sort of your, all value comes from yourself, right? You are the only non-basis of value, because it's not really a true form of value. So you're saying everything is valuable just as it is based on how near it is to you. It's like, oh, your family's valuable, not inherently, because again, pretend your family was just somebody else, right? If you were born to some other parents, oh, you would value them too, just based on that criteria of, oh, they're my family. So in other words, it's interchangeable, and it's not really a standard, because your sole criteria for value is undue emphasis based on nearness, like, well, they're related to me, so I have to love them. I didn't choose it, right? And I'm not using any criteria. I'm just doing it because I just have to do it, right? There's no self-awareness in that. And so, again, all basis comes from the self is kind of the point. So if somebody's tripped and fell on the street next to you, you'd be concerned about that because, oh no, they tripped and fell. Meanwhile, somebody's starving halfway around the world to death, but you won't worry about that because, oh, it's farther away. So like, even to the extent that you could or couldn't impact that, your awareness is far greater than your limited physical state, but your criteria and standards are not consistent because you don't really care. You only care as yourself, as the defining factor, dependent, overextended pretense, zero-sum means, stimuli acme, all these kind of things that are incentives tied to. So, yeah, again, you would reject that, you would embrace human potential, and the other side of it is just the importance of consistency. No matter what your measure is, you would always say that you have to be consistent in it. So how can I describe it? Like, so an absolutist could be an atheist and they don't believe in God, right? Whatever. Although that's not even a position, it's not outward to believe in God, non-pro-anti consideration, but whatever. The point is, if they came upon a Christian, they wouldn't necessarily tell them not to be a Christian, but they would hold them accountable to their own standards. So, like, if you're claiming to be a Christian, then how come you don't follow the Bible 100% of the way, especially if you claim it's absolute? So that's what they do, is they don't care whether you are something different, some different ideology. They just value it in terms of, are you consistent with it? Are you fully consistent with your measure, or are you half-assed in your practice so you don't really believe it, you're just doing it when it's convenient for you, right? So that's what would be questioned. Not whether you are this belief system or not, but whether you only do it in part. Like, oh, well, we disagree with some parts of the Bible, even though it's supposedly the words of God, and we worship it as an absolute, but then, some of it isn't, what do you call it? Some of it is not to our liking, but that's very inconsistent. So at the very least, you're showing that it's not an absolute, so therefore it's arbitrary, therefore you're not really holding the standard. So that sense of consistency is what you have to consider. And the reason why is because, in any measure. So I sometimes will actually use this analogy. Kimberly from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, at least, behaves that way a lot. Like, he'll criticize others. He doesn't care, right? We're on opposing sides, right? It's like, you're on your side, I'm on my side. We're fighting against each other. We're trying to kill each other. But it doesn't matter. I respect you in your resolve if it's consistent. So he'll more so point out the contradictions and hypocrisy of people and say, I don't care if you win or you beat me, right, on the other side, but at least be consistent in doing it. So, like, if an absolutist was to be defeated by an absolutist in some context, they wouldn't be upset as much as they say, well, they must be more consistent in their measure than I am in mine, so therefore they sort of deserve it on that basis, right? Or they actualize it into being. And so that is certainly a consideration, because what you have is, again, just whatever you believe, we have two standards that conflict with each other on opposing sides, but we still say, I respect your conviction to it, like how fully you believe it, or, how fully you practice it, or I will point out and poke holes in the fact that you're inconsistent. So you might think, that's not fair because you're not even a Christian, but you'd be questioning somebody's lack of consistency. But that's the point. If you're going to do it, then do it all the way, right? If you're going to do it halfway, then it's invalid, because at least as the absolute that you're supposedly posing. So otherwise, you could do it from a different standpoint, like self-actualize from an inherent base position, like from inherent man. So, like, take yourself back to a primitive state, like you're a Neanderthal, you're just living in nature in the jungle, and then before society indoctrinates you in all of this, try to just decide for yourself what your standards are, what they should be, right? And so now you can decide that for yourself. The problem with that is, what you would do is, again, you would say, I'm not going to kill people, not because God says so, or the government says so, but because I respect the fact that, like, this is simple golden rule, for example, I know that other people don't want to be killed, so I won't kill them. Isn't that enough? Or something like that. Like, I'll just follow certain standards that I'll self-define, and they're not that hard to come by and rationalize, but that's the difference, is you're not saying they're absolute, you're recognizing they're not, and so therefore, again, you're self-actualizing them from an inherent base position where it's not based on anything, so you can't be inconsistent. Like, you can be inconsistent in the practice, like, you do end up killing somebody, etc., but in the belief, like, I'm saying that God said it, but then there's all these inconsistencies with it, like, well, then why does God still let people do it, and doesn't strike them down with lightning then and there, and whatever, like, there's all these issues with the logic if you say that is an absolute. So all the absolutes do is they take away power from people, right, and act like, oh, I'll defer to this invisible authority, and I'll work away. I'm a peasant slaving away for promises of heaven, right, so I don't pursue anything in this life, etc., is a way to control people. So now let's go into some other topics here. We have a few things here like this is something I said a long time ago, and now I'm starting to see some traction for it in discussion, like, oh, women's titles for chess shouldn't exist. They get special titles for achieving the same rating as a man, where the man doesn't get the title. So that's always been, like, chess is openly sexist against men, and a lot of the sort of explanations for why would be like, oh, well, women have been mistreated in chess somehow, but that doesn't mean you should get a special title. That just means we should cut down on the mistreatment. Or you have this mistreatment, like again, that shouldn't happen. Part of it is a fallacy just because it's a bigger sample size. Like, historically, young boys would play chess a lot more than young girls, could be just out of pure preference, right? Maybe that's just not something girls enjoyed as much. Like, when they did try and when they did play it, right, the sample size might have been a lot smaller. Like, for every 10 boys who played chess, one girl played chess or something. So you could say, oh, that's somehow them being victimized or prevented from doing it, but part of it is also just a choice. Like, it wasn't as popular amongst them for various reasons. Could be cultural, could be societal, whatever, but in reality, it's just a preference. Like, you can't define that by, like, oh, well, that somehow the whole meaning of life is chess and everybody's trying to play it. No. What if they just don't like chess as much for, again, whatever reason? They shouldn't be discouraged from playing it, but, you also can't force people to play it. So if it's more popular with boys than girls, then what can you say? Just men had a bigger sample size. So, it's obvious that chess is openly sexist against men, and the reason why is because, again, you're giving special titles based on gender for something that's not an athletic sport, not a physical sport, right? So you don't have the same kind of advantages that you could always point to, and so there's no reason not to do it. And it's actually sexist against women, too, to imply that you have, that you're somehow at a disadvantage, like, oh, mentally or emotionally, or there's nothing really provable to show that. Like, again, Judith Polgar, it kind of makes the argument both ways. Well, the best woman ever was still only 2,700, whereas the best men have been 2,800 plus, right? But again, it's a smaller sample size to choose from. And also, it's like, well, if a woman can get to 2,700, then, right, are you really going to say that women are inherently worse than men? Because the best female player ever is 100 points less than the best male player ever, right? I mean, it's more than 100 points, but I'm still saying, like, that much. I can understand, like, no woman has ever been over 2,200 or something, right? Then I can understand the premise. You've been 2,700, there's been other 2,600s, there's been other grandmasters, right? But so it doesn't mean that they can't do it, right? The difference of 100 rating shows you that it's very hard to do and it requires a very exceptional individual, but it doesn't prove that, oh, a woman can't do it. If Judith Polgar can be 2,700, why can't some theoretical person be 2,800, right? So I don't look at it as a function of gender, so yeah, those titles should absolutely be abolished to the extent that you have the ability to basically, I don't see what the justification for them is. In sports, at least you have the physical advantage. In chess, you have no real way to explain that. And then the other chess take is the Sergei Karjakin thing from Russia, where he says something outside of the context of chess. This is his own personal opinion, personal life, personal social media or something, and he says something in favor of the Ukrainian invasion by Russia. This was a couple years ago, but he's one of the best chess players in the world, so he should still be allowed to play, right? It doesn't, chess doesn't have anything to do with it, so it's not like he's a military official or commander or something like that. Chess is supposed to be a meritocracy, so let the best players play. That'd be like saying during the Soviet Union, Russian players can't play because, oh, look at all the horrible things the Soviet Union is doing. But what does that have to do with chess? Don't denigrate the game and meritocracy. If they're good, let them play the board game. Now, if they try to, talk about it at a FIDE event, like in the interview in a chess event, that's different. They can be prevented from doing that. But you shouldn't be prevented from playing. Moving wooden pieces on a board just because you're good at doing so has nothing to do with what you're saying. So it doesn't mean you're vouching for it, doesn't mean you're agreeing with it, doesn't mean that you even care about it, but it means that you're vouching for everybody ever. So like, oh, Chinese players shouldn't be allowed to compete now because China's doing some horrible things, right? Or even if you say something in favor of it, like, you can't vouch for the views of every single person. You don't know what they are, so you're punishing them just because they voice it in a context that has nothing to do with chess. Does that mean that U.S. players should have been banned if they supported the Iraq War at the time, which was an atrocity even worse than, well, at least on par or worse than what we see with Ukraine and Russia? So, like, what U.S. player was banned for their support of the Iraq War? Like, again, this is the problem that you get into when you become an arbiter of morality and stuff like this. Let them play the game, let them move the wooden pieces on the board, and that has nothing to do with it. It doesn't mean you're vouching for their views. So anybody in China right now, whether they stand up for what they're doing or don't even, oh, let's remove the Chinese flag because of the Uyghur concentration camps, or let's punish U.S. players for, oh, they supported the Iraq War as it was happening or whatever, or let's punish now Russia for this. So I completely disagree with that because you're showing a clear bias and taking sides. So what, anytime there's a war and you support it in a country, if it's an invasion, whatever, then you can't play a chess game? Like, again, I don't see the connection. If he turned around the next day and said, oh, now I'm against the war, oh, I guess everything's solved now, like, he has no power to make that happen, so it would go on whether he was in favor of it or not. So I don't agree with that. I think let his play speak for itself. If he's good enough to win, let him win. He could be the world champion right now because Magnus wasn't playing and he's already been in the candidates, and he's, so you can say whatever you want. I don't look at it like that. The same is true of like an artist or a filmmaker or a, whatever, another athlete. Your personal view shouldn't come into it. Again, just remember, so the golden age of chess was when the Russian chess players dominated, and then Bobby Fischer comes along, but these Russian players were so good, it would have been a shame to deny them that because, oh, well, they're in Soviet Russia and whatever. Like, how can you say that you can't stop them from playing that? So I would never use that as a criteria. Even if they outwardly support it, it really doesn't matter. You can't show support at a FIDE event. I can understand that. You can't talk about it in an interview. The reporters can't ask about it because, quite frankly, it has nothing to do with chess. So who cares, right? It doesn't matter what you're doing. Or no, in his head, he's role-playing. The pieces he's playing as are Russia, and his opponent is Ukraine. That's why he has a little sick fetish for imagining that. And then another topic is this electoral college nonsense that people say with Trump. Like, oh, well, he only won because of the electoral college in 2016, or they somehow use that to try to invalidate his win. But the problem with that is there's a few problems. Like, that's just how the system worked. If you didn't like the system, you should have complained about it sooner, but it feels selective. Like, well, people who don't like Trump are saying it just after the fact, just because he won. So, if he had won the popular vote, popular vote, then they would have said, oh, so they would have complained about that or something. I don't know. So there are flaws with it that you can point out, and I guess the reasoning that you could explain it most simply is like, you might get 100% of the vote in New York State, right? So in New York State and California, right? Let's say a Democrat gets 100% of the vote in both of those states, and their population is pretty high. But then it seems like that should have a limit because, those two states shouldn't count for the whole thing. You could argue that, like, well, people had an expression like that, like, well, land isn't a person, so it doesn't matter if another country has more land, it just matters how many people are there. But there is a debate to be had. I just think the one problem that it poses is, again, somebody gets 100% of the vote in New York, 100% of the vote in California, just because those are such heavily blue states or whatever, which is fair. I mean, that's still democracy. It doesn't matter where you live. If they happen to have 100% support, so be it. But it means that your total gets inflated, arguably, by, yes, you won the state, we get the point, but then all that excess becomes almost too much where, I don't know, like, it's a foregone conclusion that you're going to win that state. But again, I'm not even saying anything in defense of it, but I'm saying, again, that's how the system was. Donald Trump was an outsider to politics. So think about it, how stupid that argument is, right? He's an outsider. The corporate-owned media is mostly against him, saying he can't win, saying he shouldn't win, pushing propaganda against him, etc., right, in 2016. So not only has he not been a politician for decades to be able to potentially change it or object to it, even if he complained about it, like, oh, I'm going to lose because of the Electoral College, it's unfair. Even if he had complained, he couldn't have done anything about it. He wasn't in the position to do that because he wasn't in government. So who was in a position to potentially do something about it if there was a problem with it? Although you didn't hear a peep about it, really. And you heard, it could have been Hillary Clinton. She was in government. Could have been Joe Biden. It could have been any of these people who might now retroactively have complained about it after 2016. But none of these people in government ever complained about it or ever pushed to change it. At least I know Hillary didn't, or a lot of these other major Democrats didn't do it. So you never had an issue with it till now. And it's kind of telling because it's arguably a system that supports, insiders, political insiders, because somebody on the outside is exactly that same problem I just said, where let's say you're an independent and you run, right? So it's a system that favors the establishment politicians, but then Donald Trump comes in and beats them at their own game, and then you say, oh, now the system is rigged, kind of against you in an unfair way. Like, who did it really seem like unfair to? Somebody who's an outsider, who's doing impossible odds, who's, going against the grain, everybody's against him, the media's against him, his own party was against him for a while, all this that he's overcoming. And now you try to poke a hole and say, oh, he found a loophole. It's like, he came into their system under their rules that they established, and they had every ability to change, and he beat them at their own game and embarrassed them, and now you're going to say, oh, well, the game wasn't fair. But he didn't create the rules. Donald Trump did not create the Electoral College. He didn't say anything. Donald Trump didn't create the Electoral College. He didn't make it the way it is. He didn't have the ability to change it, even if he felt like it was unfair. So he had no influence on it whatsoever. So it's not his fault. Those were the rules that he was given, right, to try to run in 2016, and he won under that circumstance. So what do you want him to do? I can't blame that on him at all. Even if you feel it should be changed, you should have said that, first of all, a long time ago, not just selectively when, oh, somebody you don't like wins. But even beyond that, since then, have people tried to change it? Like, you haven't seen much uproar about it. So that's what I don't get, is that, it's very selective. So it's sort of unfair. An outsider comes in and tries to, my point about independence, like, an outsider comes in and tries to do the impossible and win an election kind of as an independent almost, although he ran as a Republican. It sort of felt like he was an independent. And so the point is that he's an outsider who you basically feel is doing, has a lot of odds stacked against him. And so these political insiders with their insular political system that they had control over, that they could have tried to change, they didn't try to change it. They were happy with it. It supported and benefited, again, career politicians. So now he comes in and beats them at their own game, and now they complain about the rules that they themselves presided over, right? It seems very unfair. Like, how can you hold that against Trump? He had zero ability to change it. Hillary Clinton could have at least tried to. Other politicians could have tried to, right? So there's not a peep about it, but then, oh, he wins, now we're going to complain. Like, or try to discredit it. It just doesn't make sense. We've known that's how the system works for a long time. So absolutely, by all means, try to change it if you want, but that doesn't seem like a rational basis. Just saying, oh, well, we don't like that he won in 2016, so we're gonna do this. So now, the point with the independent is, what if you're an independent who's really popular in a few states? Like, oh, you're like a big billionaire who's done charity work, and you're popular in Colorado and New York and a couple other states, Florida. So you get like 100% of the vote in those 3 or 4 states, right? But then you lose a lot of other states in terms of the Electoral College. This is where it would benefit a career politician, because you would have the ability to basically say, you might get an overwhelming majority of the votes in certain areas, like the state that you come from, you lived in, or the states that just really like you for various reasons. But now, and again, you're an independent in doing this, but now the career politician has a more well-rounded campaign and everything, so now they win overall in other states. So even if you had a chance to edge them out in terms of the raw vote total, right, because, you're very popular in a few of these states, so you'll get 100% of the vote in like 10 states, and then the other 40 you'll lose. So you'll lose on the Electoral College, even if those 10 states are the most populated and the popular vote goes in your favor. That would be like a hypothetical path that would favor an independent that, because again, an independent, let's say you only campaign in those 10 states and you say, well, the 10 most populated states are going to be enough to win the popular vote somehow if I get 100% of the vote, which that would never happen anyway, but I'm just saying, like, it would favor somebody with that other political experience for various reasons. So I'm not sure I really like that. A system that was rigged in their favor, all of a sudden now they lose in that same system, and now they complain about it like it's your system. So I don't get it. And then what else is there? Like, just the one-party state that we're seeing with the Democratic Party has almost gotten too full of itself, where they've been in power 12 of the last 16 years. There's a clear coalition of media and government. And so now you have a case where they're almost pushing it too far. Like, let's exploit the LGBT angle. Let's exploit race, McCarthyism of race, all this kind of stuff. But, they're doing things that show a certain hubris, that they're so confident they'll stay in power, they could just leave the border open and unchecked, something that no party has ever done, that you wouldn't just normally do, but they can get away with it because they have the buffer of the media. Or, you could do so many things that are not normal, right, and you can get away with it. So that's where they're pushing things too far and getting away with too many things, like all these weird social causes. Even if you feel like they're worth doing, it's not really always up to the government to do that, or, again, they're just using it as a prop for power, because these same people didn't care about that before, right? Like 20 years ago, was Joe Biden or somebody, Nancy Pelosi, at the forefront of gay rights or LGBT and all these kind of things? No, they weren't. Arguably, they were against it. Like, Joe Biden even said in 2008, I'm against gay marriage. Like, he's just against it. So what changed? Now they become the party of all those kind of things. So, yeah, the Electoral College thing is a fallacy. Again, I have to give somebody credit. Like, you go against the grain, everything is stacked against you, you beat them at their own game, you had no ability to change it, you were never in government, they had all the ability to change it and influence it, or at least try, they never did that. So what am I supposed to say? Like, that's how the system works. It might be the trigger that makes you feel like, okay, now we want to change it, but nobody's stopping you. Try to do it. Get the government to try to change it. But I don't like that, because they'll say, well, he only won because of that system that has been there for a very long time that we've never questioned before. Right. Oh, no, that's a caveat. Like, and again, how can you blame him for it, too? It's like, he didn't make the system. He didn't choose for it. He didn't advocate for it, right? It's not his system. So, again, don't hate the player, hate the game, and make the rules to your liking. But I've been enjoying this kind of Darrell Brooks type shit, the trial that I've been watching here. A lot of these court moments can be fun. So, yeah, those are some good topics. there's something very unnatural about it. Like you do things you could only get away with if you're a one-party state, right? That you're pushing for things that are sort of extreme, where like all this race baiting and stuff too. It's like everybody's suddenly racist. 74 million people are just racist. Like you can't just give up the claim that maybe you're wrong, right? Or again, maybe it doesn't matter in terms of policy. Like whatever you think somebody says that might be offensive, like what materialized when Trump was president from 2016 to 2020? Like what happened? What did he do that was so bad against black people or other races like Hispanics, etc.? What did he really do? He deported less people than Obama did. He, had plenty of good policies that benefited the economy and people of all races. So I don't really get it. But there is a conspiracy to be had there. Not only are they trying to get people to come in illegally, so now all of those people will vote for them, right? That's the incentive behind an open border. And there's something deeper to it than that, too, in a totalitarian sense. Like, we'll get all these people to replace the current population because we'll encourage abortions for our own population, so we have less and less of them and more of this other group. It doesn't matter about race, but it matters about the culture and the higher standard. So, like, this has happened in other empires in history. Like, your own population has too high of a standard, right? You're expecting better of your government, etc. Whereas, you let people in from a third world country elsewhere. Now those people will go along with anything because they're happy just to be here and they're happy to benefit from things that are better. So you could say that means we're a bit spoiled, but it also lowers the standard. Like now they can get away with anything. They can take away freedoms and they're still happy because, they're used to having less freedom than that. So it does create a negative incentive that like you can create a loyal following and base out of those people. That's exactly what is happening. Like, you could do that where you treat them better than your own people or whatever. You use it as a way to say, again, you're sort of replacing your own population in a way and like, okay, our own population is taking issue with what we're doing because it's maybe not good and they have higher standards. Let's get people in here who have lower standards, who've been through a lot worse in other countries, and then they'll go along with anything that we do and support us no matter what because their standards are lower. Like, that's a pretty transparent incentive that you may indeed have. And so, again, making these kind of things about race is a fallacy too, because just basically this is the Democratic platform and it wouldn't work if the media didn't buffer it. That's where you see the one-party state in the making. Like, Democrats could just keep playing the race card, but then people would see it like, that's weak. You're just trying to hide behind that. But here you would say that because the media buffers it, then it makes it seem like it's true or it's valid. Like, the media will say, this really is racist, or take a side like that. This is a function that neither government nor media should do. You don't elect people to turn their nose down at you, at your own population, and say, some of you are bad people, you've been very naughty, right? And like this kind of effect, you're all racist, you're all bad people. That's not useful for them to do. If they commit a crime, punish them, but that's about it, right? You can't just look down on people. And again, why do we want the government in all its authority and power to sit on a high horse and look down on people and moralize? Like, do your job in terms of policy, in terms of law enforcement, but don't give us this kind of lecture and sort of, just high horse moral superiority, because that's not what you're electing people for, to be like your parent figure or some sort of thing like that. And then beyond that, you have the simple ability to see that you have, again, even the media is not meant to do that. I don't want the media calling ordinary people in my country racist. Like, that's not what needs to happen. If they commit a crime, we can certainly punish them for it, right? If you hurt somebody, and quite frankly, again, this is where the whole race thing goes out the window. If somebody hurts somebody and it has nothing to do with race, that's still bad and should still be punished. if somebody has something against someone for race, but they don't do anything, they don't commit a crime, right? They just have that bias in their heart, then that then that allows you to basically do it in such a way that, if they don't commit a crime, then what am I supposed to say about it, basically? Right? So this whole sort of thought crime or speech crime that, you're saying something that the state doesn't like, that the media doesn't like, so now we're going to call you a racist and try to cancel you, but it doesn't really work because the argument would be too limited, like, or too broad, like, suddenly tens of millions of people are just randomly racist. Like, where did that come from? How did that just suddenly happen? Right? You didn't say that 10 years ago or 20 years ago. So what suddenly changed? How do you just say that? Right? It's not that simple. It's not like some marginal group like, Trump is racist and everybody who votes for him, his base, as they call it, like, 74 million people are his base are, just crazy and racist. Like, that's too broad and too large of a group. And so what you also have is a simple ability to, let's see, what else do we have? You have this notion that, again, calling tens of millions of people racist is not exactly a good standard to have. And, I don't know, like, we've gone through a couple different topics here. I kind of like this session. I didn't expect it to go on this long with talking about stuff. I thought I'd watch something, which I'll probably still do now, but I want something to eat, but I can't decide what to get to eat. Like, it's a Sunday, so normally on Sunday I'll get, like, KFC, but I don't really feel like it. Sunday is like a day where I get something a little better than my normal thing, or something that'll last me a little bit longer. I can't make up my mind. Maybe I'll do Pizza Hut. So yeah, my point is just that you're in a position where you have all these other incentives in government. Again, I don't want to vote for somebody who's for the purpose of, you've been naughty, you've been a racist, that they're saying to millions of people. Like, that's not why, not to be a moral arbiter. Like, again, the law is going to take care of that itself, naturally, if you have the ability to basically, just enforce the law. There you go. Like, you can't worry about all this other in-between stuff, but that's exactly how they get you. Like, you're not committing a crime, but you're just saying something mean, so we're going to interpret that and extrapolate that, it's a hate speech, right? Like, if I say, I hate you, period, is that hate speech? Like, you're saying you hate them. You're not saying you're going to do anything to them, or you're not saying it's based on some identity, but we're so much more sensitive to that. Like, I hate you because you're just whatever, like, there's certain things you could say with that you won't get in trouble for. I hate men because they're just cheaters and whatever, some generalization. You won't get in trouble for that, but, I hate this race, and now, you're the worst. Like, it's very strange because you shouldn't really say either one, but again, how everything that you say is going to be racist or it's going to be hate speech or something. But the whole hate crime / hate speech thing is dumb, though. It's like, so a white person kills a white person, and it's not a hate crime. So, like, it was done out of love. Like, what does it mean, hate crime? Like, that person must have hated the other person to kill them, right? So they did a very hateful, violent thing to them. So what does that mean? Like, you know what I mean? You're basically just... It's stupid, right? So somebody hates somebody and they kill them because they just don't like them. They don't like their personality. They don't like something else, right? It doesn't have to be a race. And then somebody doesn't kill somebody. They just hurt them. They injure them. But they did it because of race. So now it's a hate crime. So I'm more somebody who just believes in the severity. That can be a motivating factor that we can take into consideration, that it was done because of that. But it's like, if you kill somebody, that's bad. If you injure somebody, that's not as bad, but it's still bad, obviously. Like, so now this could be misframed, like, oh, so he's encouraging that you should injure people based on race. But what I'm using it to portray, or whatever, even to portray the fact that basically you have the ability to basically you have the ability to look at it from a perspective that what do you call it? Just, again, a crime is often committed out of hate anyway, because you probably don't like the other person if you're hurting them or killing them, etc. So hate is going to be a consistent factor, so it makes no sense to use that term. Right, like, oh, hate of an identity versus hate of their personality or their actions or whatever. There's just them because of their height or because of their weight or because of their some behavior or some other action or belief or word or something they did. Like, it could be hate for a lot of things. So I don't know. I don't really get that, because, again, just go by the severity of the crime. Even if that's a motivating factor, you can take it into consideration. But you can also do something else where it's like, what was I saying? Like, just, again, like hate speech, like, oh, if somebody just says, I don't like you, I hate you, right, for various reasons, I hate that book you wrote, I hate that thing you did or that thing you said, that doesn't mean that it's motivated by something else, right? Like, I don't get it. It's not a crime to say that. So you definitely can't do it that way, where you say, oh, you know, I'm going to stop this person from saying that, as if that should even be the priority. Like, you're just going too far with it, right? Even if you think that's bad or it's going to be associated with some sort of negative action, the reality is that you can't control that. Like, oh, somebody said something mean online. The way to do that is, I always say, through user moderation. Like, you as the user can block them or block them or just not read their messages, ignore them. So it's fully within your control, right? So just block people or whatever, make your account private, only friends can message you, etc. So you have all the power as the user. The platform doesn't necessarily have to do that. But even if that's fine, that's the second layer. Either the user can do it or the platform can do it, or now finally the government can do it, but that's taking it too far. Unless it's a very, very direct and clear threat of violence that could be a legal standard, then that's fine, but people obviously take it too far. Okay, so here I'll do a little section of reacting to some court clip again, and it's going to be Darrell Brooks again. This one never gets old, dude. His behavior is just so funny. When he's actually cross-examining and taking it seriously, he's not actually as bad as you think. What I'd like to pose with a case like this is, even as bad as he seems, and you obviously shouldn't defend yourself, the reality is, let's say they switch places. Let's say, you know, Opper and the other prosecutors were defending themselves, or at least defending the client who did what Darrell Brooks did, and Darrell Brooks was prosecuting, right? The outcome might be the same as what it is here, because how hard would it be to prove that somebody who ran 6 people over did it? And how impossible would it be to prove them innocent? So as much as people make fun of these lawyers, right? Like, oh, the defense in the Jodi Arias case or something. Like, she stabbed the guy like 27 times, right? It's a pretty cut and dry case. So I feel bad for the defense. Like, same thing here. Not that you feel bad, because obviously the criminal did what they did. But what I'm saying is, you reverse the roles, and I don't think Opera is going to win this case as a defense attorney, and I don't think that Darrell Brooks is going to, you know, throw away an easy win So even as dumb as he seems, it's sort of the circumstance. He's dumb as the criminal and the killer, and deserves guilt to be guilty there, but he's not. He's not actually as bad as you think, because again, even the best lawyer isn't going to win this case, and even the worst lawyer isn't going to lose the case on the other side. So that's where you kind of are misframed, right? This is a very easy case for the prosecution. That's not even hindsight bias, right? Like, you may say that, like O.J. Simpson trial, right? That should have been easy for the prosecution, which to some extent is true. Like, it wasn't the hardest case to prove, right? So that one was a little bit difficult, but like one where I'll give the guy credit, Jose Baez, right? The Manfred von Karma of real life law, where like he was undefeated at least up to that point or whatever, and he might still be, but that was a hard case to win, and so he managed to cast out on the father and the family and all these kind of other things. So that was very impressive, because that was a tough case to win, right? It wasn't easy necessarily for the prosecution, because there were some holes and issues and a lot of it's circumstantial evidence, but that at least I give somebody credit. But again, like this one and the Jodi Arias one, I'm not that impressed by the prosecution, because you have it handed on a silver platter. So not all defenses and prosecutions are equal, because winning that case isn't that impressive. Even when you're losing that case, like the Jodi Arias trial, what were you supposed to do? Like, you can't win. What do you think? You're going to prove that Jodi, who stabbed the guy 27 times, didn't do it? Like, like if you had camera footage, which you don't there, but I'm just saying, like, what are you going to do? You're going to prove that Darrell Brooks, who ran 6 people over or whatever, killed 6, I forget exactly the numbers, but you're going to prove that he didn't do it? Like, how? How can you just magically prove that? Like, it's very unfair, because the truth is on your side if you're the prosecution. Kind of like how they look at it in Phoenix Wright games, like, Edgeworth is so good, and he wins all his cases or something like that, or Phoenix beats him every time, but it's like, Phoenix only beats Edgeworth because his client is really innocent. Like, that, the truth is on his side, so that's not fair. It's like, Edgeworth is supposed to be so good that he wins against the truth, right? You don't necessarily know that at the time, but then the real culprit ends up confessing and stuff. So, like, it's stupid, because like, what are you supposed to do in that case? If 2 evenly matched lawyers face off, but one of them has the truth on their side and one of them doesn't, this fucking clown is riding in the middle of the fucking road on his bike and blocking everybody. Okay, so what you can do now is you can basically, I don't know if that's the thing in other countries more, but like, I never see people on bikes really where I live, or in bigger cities and stuff. I guess I'm kind of remote, so let me watch this, or I always want to watch these, but then I never find the right clips. But no, Jose Baez does an amazing job. I've seen parts of that in the not Jodi Arias, Casey Anthony trial. That is a phenomenal defense, really, really great. And again, you can't blame him for doing that. Because on one hand, I know people always want to act like they know everything, but on one hand, you don't really know for sure, right? You don't know 100% that she did it. Now, obviously, she probably did it, right? But I'm just saying, like, you're supposed to give them the best possible defense. And the prosecution can try to do the best possible job. So the end result should speak for itself, right? So you shouldn't need to hold back, like, she's really guilty. So I never blame the defense attorney for doing that. Even if you know or think she's guilty, you still give them the best possible defense, and then the prosecution should win, right? It doesn't mean you're doing something wrong, especially when you're just trying to get lesser penalties. Like, okay, they've already been convicted, but then you're trying to defend them against the death penalty and give them life in prison or something, right? So there's other factors than just simply saying, whether you did it or not or something. Okay, so we're starting this in a second. Darrell Brooks escorted out of court following outburst. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. There could be other videos named the same thing, but there's too many people. There's too many of these channels that have other people involved. Sounded like somebody gulping down a drink there. What is this sound? It's just the wind against the camera, I guess. But this is the dude coming in. So this nice guy lets him in. This guy's very nice, and he lets him come in, and he becomes like the good Samaritan of the case. They find him pretty swiftly, though, as this happens, I guess. Right, like that. How did they find him at this house so quickly and so easily? If only these cops knew what kind of evil they were creating. Embracing the clown behavior, bringing this guy to court is the real crime of having to witness this shit. Or blame Judge Darrow for allowing him to be his own defense attorney. I don't want to hear all this shit, though. Court TV. But is that lawful law? Was that arrest a tacit agreement under subject matter jurisdiction? He's saying something. Let me guess. There's no audio, but is it lawful law? Is that lawful law, Judge? Subject matter jurisdiction still hasn't been proven for the record. Is it a tacit agreement that you don't have to answer that question? This movie I haven't seen because it's like the pre-trial. He gets away with a lot, though. The judge is way too lenient. Because imagine if you let every defendant behave like this, or every defense attorney, you would never allow that. So we get a 5-second delay, 5-second ad. Or more than that. Mr. Brooks' live stream is on. I don't care about no live stream. Mr. Brooks, I'll give you for a minute. She's going to be more reasonable. She's trying to be more firm here than she ever is later. You can gag him under Illinois versus Allen that you say a million times. I can't have these interruptions, but you deal with them a lot later on. Don't tase me, bro. Don't arrest me, bro. The don't tase me thing is so disturbing because everybody's just laughing and just letting it happen. Like, he really is just being tased for no reason. He's just making a speech and then they do it. That's so wrong. What would happen if he ends up being his own defense attorney? Imagine letting that guy be his own defense attorney. Like, he's doing this in the pretrial, and you're trying to tell me I think he'd forfeit his right to defend himself. He's not fit to do it. Right? I would never have let him do that. And you might think, oh, you don't have the right to do it, but you do. If he's that incompetent and, what if he can't speak English? You need an interpreter. Or what if, there's too many problems with it. So many of these I've seen, so that's the problem. I gotta find something I haven't seen or haven't seen in a while. You see that little red bar to show that you've seen it, like this court TV thing and stuff is stupid, law and crime and stuff. Or here we go, A&E. This will be like other ones too, but these aren't too bad because they have commentary, but they'll be like different clips together. So it's called Something in the Courtroom Top 6 Moments. I can't read. Sleepy in the Courtroom. We're starting in 3, 2, 1 by A&E, Court Cam. So people actually fall asleep. So does Darrell Brooks actually fall asleep? He probably just is pretending. You got to realize the incentive behind it too. You want to go out in one blaze of glory in court and make a big spectacle of yourself. Darrell Brooks will be immortalized for the comedy that he provided, even though he's obviously a bad person and a criminal. But why is this guy talking so nervously? Like, robbed them and then stole their car and then this isn't as exciting. I thought it would be outbursts and stuff. Maybe he's just really tired. But he's doing it like on purpose. Look at this on a fucking Zoom call. Yawning on a Zoom call where you're about to get fucking rolled over. His video. What does this have to do with him falling asleep, though? I don't get it. Who've got nothing to lose, who just make a spectacle of themselves. Good thing we have clowns like me who are interested in watching this stuff to give them, to immortalize them forever. Home invasion. I don't know too much about these cases besides what they're saying. Ooh, a doctor. I think I've heard about this. Creighton killings. Revenge the motive for fired medical resident. This is like the guy from Monster, where they think the doctor did it because he didn't get a promotion or something, but obviously it was the kid who did it that he saved. These can be so interesting, but I don't know. I can never find the right ones that I really want to watch. I wanted to see something more like Outburst type stuff. Okay, death penalty case. When does Daryl Brooks fall asleep, though? I don't remember that. I certainly wasn't asleep watching the trial. It was quite entertaining. He could just be doing it to show off that, like, oh, he doesn't care. But it's okay if a fetus loses their life, innocent as they might be. Nobody seems to care what he's doing, though. It is interesting when professional, successful people do it like that. Like somebody who's, you're rich, you're a doctor, you're, you know. You're about to get the death penalty. He's already fucking dead, dude. Pretty soon you'll slumber forever. That almost looked genuine, though, like he has almost some medical condition. Waukesha, here we go. Waukesha has the word wake in it, doesn't it? More like Waukesha. If this crime is fucking nuts, I use it almost as the barometer to say, if other people did this, then it turns into, oh, we should ban cars the same way we ban, you know, weapons of mass killing. Like, praying for our Waukesha community. I guess you were having a wake. You were having a wake for the victims in Waukesha. But when is he sleeping, though? I like how they keep saying hands up when his hands are already up. But don't they always do that? Like, you're not going to act like you know why you're there. He gets off on, like, one of them, and then maybe he brags about it. Like, well, I was only 76. He goes for mental defect, but then he defends himself. Look at that little nudge. I don't give a damn about no live stream. Yeah, I haven't seen this before. I mean, I just saw it just now. This seems very deliberate, though. He's like... Yeah, see, like, this is pretty good. His delivery here is quite good. Your life isn't online, mine is. When he's in the other courtroom, he starts acting like an even bigger clown. A little fort, box fort in court. I'll end up watching this whole thing eventually with how many of the clips I've seen. That's why I don't like seeing some of the same ones basically over and over. So So this one is, Daryl Brooks goes shirtless and throws tantrum after courtroom something, starting in 3, 2, 1. But I hate these ones with commentary over them, kind of like what I'm doing right now. But they give her credit, oh, she's so patient and stuff, but she's too patient. And you don't need to do all this just to bend over backwards just to stop a mistrial. Right, there was no... She gives him too many chances. Like, you interrupt once and you get removed. Like, that's fine. Every day we have been in court. What day is this? Since Monday. Civility and decorum under Illinois versus Allen. Like, she ends up repeating herself a lot too. Who says something more? Does he say subject matter jurisdiction more, or does she say Illinois versus Allen? They say them to balance each other out, I guess. But yeah, in the past, you would have had to gag them, basically. You would gag them, or you would just force them to not be there, which has less to do with the defense attorney and more to do with the defendant just being there and yelling and screaming and... Yeah, that pre-trial thing I hadn't seen. Take off his shoe, take off his shirt. What are you, fucking attacking George Bush? Throw your shoe at George Bush? Then he complains about like a shock device or something. And then he doesn't wear the headphones either, like... You don't need headphones, just have a speaker or something. But presumably he can hear her right now. I feel like you just made that up too, just... There's no Zoom, so what does that mean? Like, What, like Zoom is just down or what? Yeah, it makes life hell for the fucking court reporter where you have to write down all his rants and stuff. Just put a clown emoji in there and they would, that would be sufficient. Not just for the speaker, but for the, I forget how they do that. They wouldn't have to put the speaker in the name every time, right? They would just put J for judge or whatever. Like you would know. You wouldn't have to put Daryl Brooks says this every time. Illinois versus Allen, count 1 million, which is, again, which appears more, subject matter jurisdiction or Illinois versus Allen? To meet the circumstances, to mute the circumstances. You can probably hear my indicator, too, how bad this is. But see, all this modern stuff, where does it say in the Constitution that you can mute somebody and have a Zoom call and do all this video chat? Like, they didn't have that technology then, so how would you know? It's like when people talk about gun control, it's like the Founding Fathers didn't expect you to have an AR-15 or whatever, like all these other more advanced weapons that they wouldn't have had then, but they also didn't expect the government to have nuclear weapons and jets and all this. So it's a two-way street. It's called escalation. You should have learned that from Batman Begins or whatever, the ending scene. I was going to make a meme of that, like with this conversation in there. Like, yes, they did. When they wrote the Constitution and the Second Amendment, they didn't expect you to have better modern guns that you have today, whether it be assault rifles or anything, right? They didn't expect you to have advanced weaponry as the citizen, but they also didn't expect the tyrannical government potentially to have, they didn't expect the government necessarily to have nuclear weapons and fighter jets and tanks and all these kind of things, naval ships. Like, so it's an escalation problem that, you know, you can't arbitrarily restrict and say, well, you know, well, you're not able to do it because you have, what the fuck is going on with this light? You can hear how long it was based on my indicator. Holy shit, this has been like a 10-minute light. Fuck. Rules of civility, civility, decorum. What is going on? Maybe it's broken and you just have to suddenly fucking do it. Like, sometimes that'll happen. A light will just be broken and you have to just take it upon yourself to just go when it's red, which you should never give that advice from a legal standpoint. I'll be in the next court proceeding. So 5-second delay here. And then, it ends though. Daryl Brooks accuses juror of flipping him off. Maybe he's telling the truth with some of these, but... Daryl Brooks goes on 50-minute rant during day 9 of trial starting in 3, 2, 1. I've seen this one before, but it's actually impressive because he barely is even looking at his notes, but he just keeps going with one argument after another, even if they're not good arguments, just to have that lucid level. It's like me doing these random sessions. I don't consent to being called that name. He does that every day too. The sovereign citizen argument is kind of more valid than you might think, though. Not in this case, though, in the case of killing people. He's just trying to filibuster at some point. Subject matter jurisdiction. I like how he keeps going when the jury is coming in. Like, this is rule number 1. You cannot talk when the jury is coming in. That's rule number 1. It's almost unprofessional on the judge's part. You can't let this happen, because then it makes the court proceeding look bad in front of the jury, or it makes the defendant look bad, whatever it does. Because you ask. He says that at some other point. I did it because you asked me nicely. What is that from? Why don't you ask me nicely? Like Jack Nicholson in A Few Good Men or something. You have to ask me nicely. Okay, we get a 5-second delay here. Skip the ad, which you might say, oh, maybe you see the ad too, but it won't be exactly the same, or you might not be able to skip it, or you might have ad block. Just make your statements. What do you want to advise the court today? And they make the jury fucking stand out there for like an hour. Just give them a fucking nickname then. The one arguable claim there that's actually fair is when people say you or something. That's not really valid to say you, because the fact that it happens to be military power, is this martial law? Or is it an admiralty court? Like, you can't say that, because the fact that the defendant happens to be defending themselves doesn't change the way procedure should go. So you shouldn't keep referring it to as him or you or they, right? It should be the defendant is still the defendant and the defense attorney is still the defense attorney. Even if they happen to be the same, it's not fair to change their language, like to say, oh, you, right? No, you should kind of do it in third person. That's kind of valid, because just because the defendant happens to want to represent themselves doesn't mean that you should be able to refer to them in that way, like as if they're, oh, you're guilty. It was you who did it. I saw you kill them, right? I saw the defendant kill them is more appropriate, because it shouldn't be held against them like that. That's not fair. Just because you happen to defend yourself, right? That is actually valid, that one aspect. So don't say, oh, it was you. Just say it was the defendant. And we identify that we know the defendant is that person, but you know what I mean? It doesn't seem right to do that. He keeps acting like the judge is the clerk of courts, too. Oh, the office, like, the whole trial is a conspiracy. She's not actually a judge. Neither, they don't have a license to practice law. He just keeps going. You might think, oh, she might respond, but they just let him keep going. Like, objection, Your Honor, this is giving me a fucking aneurysm. Or he keeps trying this injured party defense. Are you an injured party? Oh, you can't be an injured party because I killed them, so now they can't be an injured party in this matter. How convenient, right? There's no claim maker, whether it be the state, whether it be the families and stuff. Oh, there's no complaining party who said they got injured because I killed them, but there were people who got injured too, but that's not really what that term means. Like an injured party in the matter. It doesn't mean you're physically injured necessarily. It means like you're whatever, you're somehow the victim of something, of some crime, right? That's what the injured party means technically, but I can't believe I did that thing with chess, like where I was doing it by voice. That was one of the weirdest things. Okay, so here I want to watch some part of that, some other trial thing, and then we'll obviously do something else later, like some episode. I might do episode 2 of Stranger Things. That would be fine. But we're not necessarily going to watch the whole show because I'll only do it till this Netflix thing ends, or I could watch other stuff on there too, but that's at least a good, dedicated, major, sort of big name series, or at least something that has a big reputation behind it. So the whole thing with this is, let's look at some psychological process really quick, and then I'll do that. Some sort of clip from what I might have to do is just pick like a random part of the trial and just go to it, because I've seen too many of the clips. So every time I go to a clip, it's something, it has like that red bar to show that, oh, you've already watched part of it or you've already seen it. So that aspect I don't like. So what I'll do here is I will do a few things here. But no, the psychological process was basically that, like, people don't like to be made aware of the nature of a process. So when people find something weird or cringe or something like that, disturbing, right, it's often just, it's a process that is practiced anyway, but they, it's like this pseudo psychology that people think they understand, but they really don't. Where it's like, somebody makes eye contact or doesn't, or it's some other, just performative aspect, like how people portray something, right? But again, all that can be controlled, and so it's like, it's a degree of overcompensation. So everybody has like some zero-sum incentive, right? Something that they want, etc. Zero-sum means things of that nature, and yet it is a case where so everybody has that incentive, so you can easily see that. But for some reason, if your performative aspects are good enough, right, and you overcompensate enough, then you'd basically be able to say that, oh, all of a sudden now you're not subject to that. So it's like, it's the same process. So what people object to is, or what people dislike and find disturbing is, like, oh, I don't want to be made aware of the nature of the process by somebody's failure to overcompensate for it. So if somebody's just very direct or blunt, that's somehow a bad thing, because they're failing to overcompensate and contrive respond to the inherent nature of people or the basic nature of a process. So we need you to overcompensate for it, like, be super nice or enthusiastic or something, right? Have performative aspects, eye contact, delivery, the way you say stuff, sort of dress it up. And so in other words, it's not a question of what the process is, but the process is the same. So it's like, let's just take a flawed process, assuming it is, that we wouldn't like if we were aware of it, and will not address the actual nature of the process or its lackings. We'll treat it as sort of an absolute and then overcompensate and then make the fault of the person not failing to overcompensate. Like, so, oh, you didn't deliver that well enough, or, oh, you weren't, convincing enough. But it's the same zero-sum process. So it's like, you won't like being made aware of a process. This is especially true with like younger groups, right? Like, you don't want to be made aware of the process. So like, you're doing the process anyway, and you're doing it at half-mast. So it's like, either it's worth valuing or it isn't. So it's your own cognitive dissonance that you either find funny or you either find bothersome, but you specify it and make it about someone else, right? Like shooting the messenger. So if somebody's like, oh, somebody's nerdy in school, so you'll ridicule that, but you're still in school and you're still doing the same assignments. And so if it's such a bad thing to be nerdy and to care about those things, then don't do it at all, right? And just drop out of school, or just don't even do your assignments at all, right? But oh no, you'll still do them, and you still might care about them, but oh no, you can't care too much you can't care too little or too much because of the simple reality of the fact of the simple reality that you can't care too little, you can't care too much. So it's no measure of the process. Like, right, no claim has to be made. The process might be worthwhile, it might not. But based on your definition, it's only semi-worthwhile, but then it's not really worthwhile, so you can't make up your own mind as to your standard. So if you do it too much, it's bad. If you do it too little, it's bad, so you don't even know what you're doing, basically. And that's the conflict of contrivance that most people get caught in most of the time, where they're not fully committed to any sort of measure. That's why they have so many problems, right? Like, oh, like they're in love, and you're the only one for me, and it's an absolute, and you're trying to convince them, but you're also basically trying to convince yourself. Right, so you pose it as an absolute, which is an outward choice. You don't have to do that. You can just say, okay, it's just hedonism, it's just a half-mast process, it doesn't really matter. And so we're just doing it as we enjoy it and as we see fit. But no, you're going to pose it as an absolute, but then you'll struggle with the own absolute that you posed by saying, okay, now we're going to cheat, or now we're going to have all kind of conflicts within that. So right, again, people don't want to be made aware of the nature of a process. So the various ways you can do that is like by practicing non. So again, this would be like, you can make someone aware of the nature of a process that they're already practicing and is already present. So the negative perception is they don't want to be made aware of it. They'll still practice the same exact process, and the process is still present. They just don't want to be aware of it. So you'd rather mindlessly, ignorantly be subject to the same thing, but you just don't want to be aware of it. Like, so you realize, oh, everything is a process. Everything has some sort of rhyme or reason or explanation behind it or incentive behind it, but you don't want to think about that. So like, oh, this person was so nice, so you don't mind that they had a zero-sum incentive. Not that, oh, it's a negative that they were willing to, be fake and nice just for the reason of trying to achieve the zero-sum outcome, whereas somebody else wouldn't want to do that. Like, I'm just going to be to the point. Like, if you like the product, buy it. If not, don't. Instead of, oh, I'm going to try to overcompensate and be all fake and all this kind of stuff. So that's arguably more authentic because you're just treating it for what it is instead of saying, I'm going to try to overcompensate and be, use artifice to sort of do that. And so, again, don't look at a flawed process as the failure of somebody to adequately overcompensate, thereby expose the nature of it, right? Realize the nature of the process. And so you're caught between this denial of inherent nature and the nature of a process that you practice and the constant contrivance response against it. So it's like you're actively denying and subverting your nature, but then you're also pretending it doesn't exist. If it didn't exist, then you wouldn't need to do that, right? So like, you'd say, oh, human beings are inherently good, or they wouldn't do anything wrong, right? But then you have laws and indoctrination and constant reinforcement to try to force you to do those things. So it's not one or the other. It's like, if you were right in that supposed standard, then you wouldn't need those things. And so you're actively trying to create the illusion of a false inherent, that people are inherently the way you want them to be, but they also have to be rigidly structured, indoctrinated, stigmatized, and forced into being that way. So that shows you they're not that way. So it's not a question of whether they should be that way. It's a question of whether you're pretending that is true just because you want it to be, or because, that's the reactionary state. So there are certain dangers of pretending that the contrivance response to the inherent is the actual inherent now, even so simply as just not adequately upholding it then, right? Realize it's not inherent, that way you can try to make it so, or, you can try to make it reality in response to that, right? So the other issue comes into play with respect to, again, just the way that you can make people aware of the nature of a process that they're already subject to, already practicing, already a part of, is just by simply laying it on its face. So like, without dressing it up, without overcompensating for it, without, doing anything. So just simply non, in other words, don't do anything. And so, don't do anything, don't say anything. And so by simply not doing anything outward, right, you're not doing anything positive, negative, as per the process, etc. You're literally, by simply doing nothing, you will expose it because it'll serve as a mirror of themselves and their own projection. So it's like they'll assume, by you doing nothing, you must want something, because they're projecting it to their own intent, right? You might want nothing, you might just be indifferent, you don't care, right? You have no incentive. But by simply doing nothing, they'll say, look at this guy, he's such a jerk, he wants something without any effort in return, or something like that. Or, he's a creep, he must want this. But what if they genuinely want nothing? You're just projecting it, again, it's serving as a mirror of the observer that you're practicing or rather not practicing anything. So in other words, you basically do it in such a way that, it serves as a way to, again, reflect back their own projection. So, you think it must be that they want stimuli acme, like sex, or it must be that they want zero-sum means, right? Like they want something, but you're just in that cynical mindset that in the modern day there's a lot of that everybody always wants something, but why couldn't it be something else? Like maybe they don't want anything, right? And so what's the problem with that? But it sort of reveals the sort of duality of the contrived state that, everything must be tied to something, otherwise it sort of exposes that state, right? So you want to dress it up and overcompensate, but it's always tied to that dependent, overextended pretense of, again, you want money or zero-sum means, or you want something. So the person who recognizes that will be criticized, like as if shoot the messenger, not the reality that is the case will be recognized, right? So it's a question of how well can you overcompensate for the process or hide the nature of the process behind artifice, etc. Not the actual nature of the process itself that's the problem. Right, so again, the performative aspects take center stage to the extent that you're able to, figure out a way to, again, make people aware. So either don't do anything or do it in one extreme or the other, as if do it fully. Like, this process is valuable, so let's just practice the process. But no, now you're a nerd or you're whatever, because you're doing it too much in one direction. So you're a jock if you value sports too much or something, or you're a nerd, or you're OCD if you're too clean, or whatever. Again, whatever the nature of the process is, you can only value it halfway, at half-mast, in a half-mast, zero-sum, mediocre state of existence that you are forced to be in by society to be easier to control. So you can't commit too much to anything, because then that poses apparently a problem. So right, so it shows an inconsistency that is sort of invalidating, and it also shows you that how else would you reveal it? Again, you can just do nothing, or you can do sort of the bare minimum, like, you're just going through the motions, just be sort of neutral. So by being neutral, people will have some adverse reaction to you, like somehow, again, you're not placing any undue emphasis, whether positive or negative, but people will take it as negative because, like, look, that person's somehow rude, or so you'll take it as an outward state, just because the false inherent state is an outward state of, again, some sort of undue positive emphasis, etc. So you simply not doing some outward process is itself seen as outward. So there's a lot of that zero-sum projection, but it's also a case of, it's sort of hard to explain. Like, how else would you expose it? Just by, so if somebody like thinks too much, right, somehow that is a bad thing, or again is too aware of it, or is somehow, what other stables would there be? Like, this is what contrivance seeks to counter all the time, right? The whole nature of society is built in that way, that somehow thinking is a bad thing, even though that's the defining aspect that makes you a human being in the first place. So a society that seeks to subvert that is itself inherently objectively flawed and only operates in a half-mass functional state, in a zero-sum machination process, right, that is not exactly consistent with your state of being. And so the real issue with that becomes the simple reality that you have, how can I explain? Again, how else would you make somebody aware? By simply, again, non or neutrality. So again, why should you need to place undue emphasis, etc.? So again, if you're just simply not actively contriving a process or overcompensating, etc., now it'll be seen as a negative because, this person is this process, as if they're not simply revealing that process that applies all the time to everyone, right? Just because they're not adequately overcompensating for it. So you're kind of taking the wrong position, because you're really taking issue with the process, but you're not willing to admit the nature of it as it applies to everyone, etc. So what you have is this sort of ultimate reality and practice and observation that, that's really what it is, that's really all it comes down to. But then it's a question of this arbitrary overcompensation that, you prefer that over something else, etc. So again, you're taking issue by that same token with the same nature of the process. You're just sort of trying to bypass your awareness of it or anything like that. So if somebody is very direct and to the point and arguably honest in a way, that sort of reveals it. Oh no, we want you to dress it up and dance around it. It happens a lot with stimuli acme, like you want to dress it up and dance around it, even though the inherent nature is the defining practice. So it's like you want to try to appeal to ego, pose a false absolute, right? All of these things. And so what you have is you have the ability to look at it like I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain. Just by simply thinking about a process, being aware of the nature of it, people would rather practice it at half-mast and would feel threatened by any sort of thought or objectivity or analysis on it. And so therefore you have, some sort of very insecure, overextended need of social contrivance to sort of validate itself all the time through externality, whatever, like some sort of overcompensation or some sort of negative reaction, again, reinforcement through externality. So it's all the art of how you keep a false absolute contrivance state within the appearance of being absolute, right? Although having to actively uphold it all the time, sort of revealing that it's not absolute, but you still, that's kind of how religion is too. It'll pose itself as an absolute, but then, you have to struggle constantly to sustain it or to uphold it or keep up the illusion of it. Like, if it was absolute, then you wouldn't need to do that. Or even, again, stimuli acme, specification, like, we're in love and it's meant to be and it's absolute, but then if it is, then you wouldn't need to struggle with it so much, right? So you're struggling to create the illusion of an absolute in the absence of it, rather than recognizing that it's not absolute. Thereby you suffer the conflict of contrivance that goes along with pretending it and upholding that illusion and that appearance, right? So now you struggle to uphold that. again, you can make people aware of that. So, like, again, by being neutral, by being, like, sort of slow with something, people like to rush through so they don't have too much time to think about a process. It's actually kind of amusing to think about how much, again, a lot of society is just designed to subvert thought. You want to drink and get drunk. So you, again, a human function will work at their job, and they're only thinking about that during the day. And then, so, zero-sum human functionalism. Then they come home and they want to get drunk so they don't think too much that way, right? Dumb down their thought by drinking or etc., other substances. And then also you want to do folly favoritism. You don't want to think too much, so you want to distract yourself through media, whatever, some sort of social contrivance or movies, TV, etc., right? Things like that. So the reality is that you would try to subvert your thought at every turn and act like that's somehow the normal inherent state, just because it might be easier to control functionally, in a societal broad sense, especially overextension when there's so many people, right? It becomes more and more necessary the more people there are, things of that nature. So it becomes a real issue that you're not able to recognize that, again, it's like a shooting the messenger fallacy again. If you just simply, in this case, the messenger being thought, like thinking is bad, and so it's not that thinking would simply reveal that something else is bad, the flawed nature of a process or cognitive dissonance of something, right? So it's the fault of thinking itself, and anybody who dares to do it or whatever is objective in a certain way, etc. It is instead not the fault of the nature of a process that thinking would simply reflect or potentially reveal, right? Instead, it's the fault of simply doing it in the first place. And so you have this sort of thing where a constant state of artifice is necessary to an extent, or some other process, like, how can I explain it? Like, basically, you have constant artifice, contrivance state, trying to reinforce illusion of something, which again is very important in society. It's not a question of the functional basis, it's just, again, the false dichotomy that's created. Again, you're treating it as it's absolute or inherent, not recognizing the contrivance state as you actively try to uphold it. So that is the difference, that at least recognize the nature of the process instead of being at odds with that, and then make up your own mind whether you think it's worth doing or not. So what you have is this state of again, it is inconsistent because you have the ability to it's inconsistent because you have the ability to realize that, again, the same let me try to think of like almost a juvenile example. Sometimes it's easier to see this way. It would be like, again, like there's like three layers to it, right? The non would expose it in this way, like somebody just is indifferent and doesn't care and doesn't have an incentive, right? But then people will project it like, oh, look, this guy looked at me just because you were in their peripheral vision or something. So, oh, he's a creep, or he must want something, or whatever, right? Stimuli acme projection. They might not even care about that. They might be, that might not even be on their mind, but you just would project it because, because they don't say anything, you're projecting something. They might not have any sort of idea, but you'll just assume it or have some negative connotation. So by simply not even saying or doing anything, that in itself is bad because contrivance is outwardly insisting and overextending its own projections. Then if you do it with sort of low effort, it's like, oh, haha, look at this loser. I'm doing the stimuli acme just because it's so common. Look at this loser, not putting forth the adequate overcompensation to practice the stimuli acme. So it's not the case of the stimuli acme that's in question, right? You would still be, so if somebody just walks up to you and says, hey, you want to have sex, or something outwardly flirtatious, it's like, oh no, that's not good, not because of the stimuli, acme, incentive behind it as the defining factor. Oh, they just didn't dress it up well enough, right? So if you at least recognize, so in other words, you're not satisfied with the artifice behind it, not that the nature of the process itself is different, right? So again, just, again, you want to be sort of deceived or lied to for a degree, and then, then it's okay for it to come down to the same thing. So you're not comfortable with the stimuli, acme, the nature of the process, but you just want to be sort of fooled around or, again, dance around it, even though it ends up being the same process anyway. And then you also have the ability to say that, so again, non is a bad thing, being sort of too direct is a bad thing, being sort of too indirect is a bad thing, being sort of half-mastered with the practice is ignored, and so now you want this sort of like adequate overcompensation to sort of hide the nature of the process. But again, what you're objecting to is not really the nature of the process, it's just how it's overcompensated for specifically. So it creates all these sort of confusions, but it's not really difficult to understand at all, right? Like people would want some, but the problem is that people themselves aren't really self-aware enough to realize themselves what they want, but it could be very easily explained in a zero-sum sense. Like, if somebody's wealthy, that subverts a lot of the issue, right? Now, all of a sudden, it makes it much more easy to deal with that. In other words, you wouldn't feel the need to, whatever, like if you're wealthy now, all of a sudden, you'd be more willing to engage in that sort of contrivance or bypass some other overcompensating element. So whether it be money, whether it be sex that you want, right, it's like an incentive equalizer where, I don't know, you could have a 1-to-1 ratio. Like you could have the same exact presentation, performative aspects, etc., but one person's rich and one person isn't, so now they're perceived and taken differently, right, just for that reason alone. And so now you have a case where, you have that element, again, thinking as sort of a negative, shoot the messenger. And so, again, simply by doing something sort of more to the point, you reveal that that's the process anyway. They're just offended by it sort of being revealed in that way. Or even beyond that, it's like, even beyond that, you run into a case where, again, you reveal that you're sort of low effort, you're either too direct, right? So, you're struggling, right? So, like, you're awkward or you're struggling to achieve this process, even though it's artificial, and therefore the cognitive dissonance is, again, the inherent process versus the sort of overextended contrivance response you're expected to achieve it. But then that creates a constant conflict where you have to constantly uphold this illusion that you want to, again, specify, for example, the stimuli acme, like, why would somebody feel compelled to be with that one person only, right, when their inherent nature might be that they want to be with multiple people or, whoever, whenever, like with no such inhibition. You have to kind of convince yourself that you would want that you want to specify it, so you create this false absolute to justify it and to bypass cognitive dissonance. But so it creates this sort of self-insistent, self-assured state of being that is actually baseless. So the certainty comes from more so a need than an actual rational basis, right? Like, because it's necessary or functional, not because it's actually the case that it would be insisted upon. So, again, you're operating in a conflict of contrivance state, so there's no surprise when this false absolute is revealed as false and then has some other issue, right, with respect to the need for constant reinforcement through externality or, again, a constant contrivance state, undue emphasis, overcompensation. The fact that that's necessary shows you it's not actually absolute in that way. So what else would we say here? It's a little bit hard to explain this, but that's kind of maybe part of the point, right? Is that anytime you make people aware of the nature of a process, again, by failing to overcompensate for it, failing to practice something, so again, by simply doing very little or doing nothing, that would itself bother people because they're used to that contrived state, or something of the sort, like, I don't know, I feel like I have a certain example on the tip of my tongue, but again, just as stimuli acme, if you're too direct, it's bad, but then if you dance around it and get to the same conclusion, that's somehow good. But the direct approach is more honest, because now there's no other false expectation. You're just like, okay, this is what you want and that's it, instead of, we're not at ease with our own inherent nature and we're trying to dance around it and deny it and subvert it, and we're not at peace with it. So now we're going to basically pretend like we're at odds with it, or again, we're not at peace with it, but then it comes down to that anyway. So it's, again, you're treating it like you're actually obsessing over it more by doing that, right? Instead of just recognizing, okay, this is just a natural process, I'm at peace with my inherent state, stimuli acme, etc. No, you're instead saying that oh no, it's actually a case where, I'm somehow not at peace with it, you're rejecting the inherent nature, but then you turn it into an absolute and sort of worship it and act like, oh, it's the end all be all meaning of life. So instead of recognizing, oh, it's just inherent base hedonism, no, you're going to reject that and say, oh no, that can't be, right, as if to imply you're above that, but by pretending like you're above it, you actually end up being controlled by it all the more. So you're not in control of it by recognizing your inherent nature, you are instead controlled by it by recognizing that you are controlled by it by trying to, again, place undue emphasis, and whether it be positive or negative, and saying there's a certain structured way to do it. So there's some major contradictions in that people would never want to address. So again, this is the nature of a societal process, like treat everything as though it's absolute, but then you practice it in a half-mast state, which is not consistent with it being absolute. So if it was absolute, you wouldn't need to do that. And if it's not absolute, then you could practice it anyway, just with no restraint or inhibition regardless. So again, a false absolute is posed to try to control it, like, okay, that's the way we can specify it, that's the way that we can sort of limit it some way. Right, by placing undue emphasis effectively, you would lead to a state of it would lead to a state where you're able to basically, I don't know, this is kind of a difficult subject to explain. Just so the end result is, again, just being aware of or recognizing or being at peace with your inherent nature might lead to a lot of contradictions though in society, because it would rather have you pretend certain things are the case, or again, it wants to bypass your cognitive dissonance at every step. So this sort of glorification of a collective state, again, it's just important that you realize all these lofty standards that are posed and false absolutes, etc., are not that. They are instead just like you want to be controlled by them, basically. So it's not that society is trying to control you and reduce you to a structure that can easily be controlled. It is instead that, how would I phrase it? Like, it's instead a high, lofty standard that's actually absolute, but not held accountable, etc. So it's easier for you to believe that, again, some sort of absolute, like whether it be God or love or something like that. It's easier to convince people of that because it appeals to their ego or their desire for an absolute, instead of just recognizing, oh, we only pretend those things because then it makes us easier to control, because it bypasses our critical thinking and makes us content being reduced to an easily contrived, controlled state. So beyond that, you have, again, all this simple projection of non, like somebody might just not care, not say anything, not do anything, not be adequately indoctrinated to society, not adequately overcompensate for something, and it'll be projected into something else, like, oh, they must want the same things we want, even if they're more at peace with that tendency, that they don't feel the need to overcompensate to try to achieve it. So then people would be more at peace in general, right? Like you wouldn't feel like you're so overextended from your inherent tendency, right, by having to dress it up and do all of this effort that people go through, right, makes contrivance sort of unsympathetic from an absolutist point of view, because you're the one who's saying it's absolute, right? Like, you wouldn't need to worry about it. Like, okay, you just don't care. Just do whatever you want. But no, it's like, oh, you have all these rules that are undefined and non-accountable and practiced at half-mast, like, and regurgitated through social contrivance. It's like, none of it is really inherent, right? So it's all just arbitrary, reactionary, to the extent that you have, you have to do it in a certain way that appeals to the same base elements. Like, you can't just go directly to stimuli acme, even though that's the defining tenet. No, you have to kind of dance around it, zero-sum means, dinner, other performative aspects, social contrivance, and now it becomes definable. And so it's not a question of whether you should do that, it's a question that you would reject the process on its face, but through overcompensation, you're taking that same exact process and now acting like it's something different. No, it's the same process. It doesn't become elevated just because you contrive around it, but you have to decide for yourself. But instead, what it does is it sort of obscures it, and so now we pretend it's something else just because we dress it up and overcompensate, even though it's not really that way at all. And so therefore you get to basically, again, it's a contradiction of the self, that if you just said, let's treat it on its face, you realize the reason why that's actually condemned. It's not because, people are above it, like, we're too sophisticated to be controlled and reduced to our base inherent state, like where everybody just wants to have sex with everybody, with no restriction. No, we're much more eloquent than that, elegant than that. But the reality is you're actually not, because you're being controlled by it in a different way. So this is the interpretation. Like, somebody who's truly at peace with their inherent self wouldn't be inhibited in that way. And so instead it's like, oh no, you have to go to parties and dress up and go through all this effort and time just because you're obsessing over the half-mast practice of that inherent tendency. So who is really more controlled by a process, right? The person who is at peace with it and in control of it, such that they practice it when and how they see fit without inhibition, or the people who obsess over it so much because of that inhibition that you say, well, you're basically like, in a position to, what do you call it? You're in a position where, again, you dress it up so much, you go through so much time and effort and articulation just to achieve the same half-mast practice, right? Not even full practice of the same zero-sum inherent tendency. So it's showing you that you're not actually in control of it, you're controlled by it, because it's obsessed over so much because of the inhibition that goes along with it, that now you seek to overcompensate for that restriction. But to put a capper on that discussion, basically, what you're saying is that if you were like very bland, right, like just dry, boring, bland, whatever, right, what it does is you're not placing any emphasis, but this false, outward, undue emphasis, whether it be positive or a certain way, would be able to reflect the fact that it would be able to reflect the fact that, again, it would bother people to that extent, that they're used to it or expecting it or requiring it because of some other nature of the flawed process. Why couldn't a sound process simply work that way naturally? Like, it would work as in you don't need undue emphasis or overcompensation. It's just direct and to the point and based in sound practice, right? Ergo, social contrivance is just a needless overcompensation for some flawed process. And so, again, just by simply being bland and not placing undue emphasis, you would realize that it would be, it would be taken negatively, even though it's just, it's neutral, natural, non-inherent. And so now it's only perceived as negative because of that, because it's a false outward inherent state that's only necessary to overcompensate for a objectively flawed contrivance state. Okay, let me watch some Darrell Brooks related things. So I'll have to do it by just skip ahead to certain parts or something. So this is Darrell Brooks. This is a 9 hour, 30 minute, 41 seconds video, and it is day 12 of the trial. And so we are at 2:46:55, starting in 3, 2, 1, assuming that that's even what I want to watch. 56, 57, 58. Oh, we'll have to skip ahead anyway. Ask how old she was when let me rewatch that then. So we're at 2:44:44, 3, 2, 1. Talking to his mother, Dawn Woods, about Dawn Woods sending the photographs. I've seen this one too, but there's got to be parts of it that I haven't seen. Maybe I've seen too much of this trial where I've seen mostly the highlight moments. There's going to be a lot of dull, dry moments that can still be funny. I guess I saw that pre-trial part for the first time yesterday. They kind of just let him go on, though, right? He's like, oh, he's trying to act all tough. Since you think you know so much. At some point, the judges is talking to themselves, too. It's like, who are they saying this for? The jury's not even there. Well, who is she making this record for? Obviously for the public, but if it wasn't on TV, it would feel kind of awkward. Right, you would just deal with it, and you would just deal with it. You wouldn't say, oh, he's yelling and he's screaming. Who are you talking to, right? Since you think she knows so much, or how old she told me she was when we met. And as absurd as some of that seems, he could at least testify to that effect. Like, as part of his testimony, okay, she said she was 18 when we met. Like, if you take that as credible, which maybe she did, but... the day where Chris Hansen would meet his match. I think we can still sort of hear him a little bit, even though it's muted. But no, the judge is playing to the cameras in a way. Why would a judge need to say that in any other context? Like, he's yelling, he's being loud. Why do you have to say that? Just say, you're yelling, you're being loud, and I'm going to remove you. Not like, oh, he's trying to like justify herself and talk in third person. He's doing this, he's doing that, but who are you talking to? You wouldn't talk to the prosecution like that because they're already would be in favor of that. You're not talking to the viewing audience like in the gallery because that's not what, let's say it was empty. Let's say there's nobody in the gallery, right? Right, you wouldn't care that way either. So pretend it's an empty courtroom. You would talk directly to him and saying, you're being loud, I'm going to remove you. The jury's not even there, so you're doing it just for the sake of like the viewing public, I guess, basically, which you shouldn't be thinking like that. And now skip ahead to 4:10:11 in 3, 2, 1. Give these proceedings the due respect that they deserve for himself. He must have already been removed. Or there's going to be another break. I skipped from one break to another. Yeah, there's so many pseudo-psychological things that people think they know, but they don't really think deeper about it. Like, whether it be eye contact or whether it be some other elements, like so many superficial elements that you can play around with, right? Like age or other performative things. Like it's just all so phony that doesn't actually necessarily mean anything, but people are unwilling to be puzzled, so therefore go by preconceived notions fully. That's why race and things like that matter so much, because there's something you can always see on the initial basis. Another recess within, I didn't skip that long of a period. She tries to bring him back again. You put him in the other courtroom and mute him just so you can do the statement about why he was removed and muted. And now it's 4:29:57 in 3, 2, 1. Topics that have not already been covered. Prevent, she misspoke. You could actually ask for the transcript from the last. This is at least sort of a civil discussion they're having back and forth. He's looking at it now. This is kind of fair, though. People might think, oh, this makes him seem dumb. But in reality, you have time to review certain things. This is the whole point. Like, although you should have probably already known where you were going with this. But, yeah, this might be... I don't know what he's talking about. You could use that a lot. There must have been other officers involved in doing it, but that doesn't mean they were really directly questioning. They could have just helped with the paperwork. Now, you could tear it up if it's valuable evidence. Detective Barron or something. Did they just snatch it from him, or they made a copy? Yeah, just read some random statement that she made in there. Just quote like one line from her and you can easily justify this. Isn't it your paperwork, though? Now you got to come up with a question on the fly. That does seem a little weird. he could have easily just held in contempt, which she's never done. Okay, so now it's raining again right when I go to watch Stranger Things. That happened the first episode too, so the audio is probably a little messed up from it, but you'll barely be able to hear me over the intense sound of the rain. It's not as bad now, but whatever. That's the strangest thing, how every time I try to watch this, I obviously have to deal with the rain. So here's one more concept, though, to think about for a second, on the same point of the performative aspects. It's amazing that people are so willfully stupid in this way that it's an initial basis where, superficial things like appearances and how people project themselves and all that is taken so seriously because how easily it can be artificed and just put on. In fact, that's the whole point of what it is. So it's amazing that people judge it that way. Like, it's all fake, but some people are just better or worse at identifying it or at putting it on. So somebody who doesn't try, right, you're not trying to be fake, so you just don't care, and you find it all artificial, you'll somehow be stigmatized for that. But at the same time, there'd be this implication of being fake is bad too, but then you reward it, right? You see that in politics, all these people are liars, but then you keep voting for them, so of course you'll get more liars because it's easier to, somebody who pretends to have all the answers and acts all confident and all this kind of stuff, they have good performative aspects on the superficial basis, but that doesn't mean they're actually good. They're just sort of overcompensating or something like that. So again, it doesn't mean to be aware of it is not to be above it, as I always say. To be aware of it is not to be above it, as in you're aware of the artifice of the process. That doesn't mean you're better than it, but it means why do it if you know it's fake? And the reason why is because of this overextended collective that you have. You have this overextended collective incentive, treat everything like it's an absolute, even though it's not, to try to overcompensate for the half-mast state that you're reduced to try to justify society's restriction of so many things, to try to create this collective overextension. So that nothing is really being valued, it's just all zero-sum self-interest overextension, but yet you pretend like it's more, you place undue emphasis, you try to overcompensate. So when somebody simply doesn't overcompensate and reveals the zero-sum nature of the process, now it's their fault, right? It's not the fault of the process, right? It's their fault for not, again, hiding it or overcompensating for it. So it's not that you don't know that, you could just choose not to do it, so that doesn't make you better, but it just means that perhaps people who have some self-awareness would not go for performative aspects that way so much. They're not real, but again, people don't think that deeply about it, so everything's just surface layer. So you can just put up a front, and wow, that's going to be very effective. Really? So people are so dumb that they would actually accept that, and they do, right? They really do. So that's how society works, and when people are that dumb, it's what do you even care? Why? Because it's willful. I'm not saying you have to know exactly the way a person is, but you couldn't just sort of detect that somebody's, that most of what people do is always putting on some sort of an act, even your defined personality, that's who you are, and this and that. It doesn't matter because even that you're sort of putting on. It might just be something you're used to or certain things that you pick up from childhood, but in reality, you're not really all that defined. It's still a variable. You can choose to act however you want, whenever you want, and it's not a fixed set thing. So I could try to watch episode 2 here. I almost don't even want to. Maybe I should do just a Daryl Brooks type session again. I'm kind of obsessed with that, but I keep finding the wrong parts, or again, I've already seen most of the best parts, so I kind of would know them by heart, or it kind of all blurs together. How many times does he say lawful law, subject matter, jurisdiction? But, at least some of them are distinct and memorable. Or, I can just watch random stuff on YouTube, but I don't know what exactly to watch. And to do it like this is sometimes a bad thing, because you get to... I should probably use Netflix because that's the point of this month's sessions, but I guess I'm just too lazy to do it. So I watched like literally one thing on there. Or I watched a couple. I watched like the #Alive and that stupid ass documentary, 3-minute hug. They waste like 20 minutes just kind of dicking around, and then they hug. Like just start with the hug and then go from there. Ubisoft is fixing those early annoying Star Wars Outlaws. I don't want to see spoilers on that shit. What if I want to play it? It's like some news article thing that I keep getting. News break or some shit. You look up one article one time on something and then they want to spam you with that shit forever. Right, related stuff. Like when you look up an ad. I love that. Like you look up headache medicine or something like Tylenol one time and then you go and you get it or whatever, right? Like Tylenol near me or something, right? And then you get it and you're fine, right? But then it'll show you ads for that. Oh, you looked up Tylenol, so now we'll show you 100 ads to do with it for the next week. It's like, what do you want me to do? Fucking overdose? Like, I already bought it, right? Why do I need to see ads on the thing that I just looked up and just bought? But I swear, if you look up one type of product, it'll save that and it'll be like every ad, every little banner, every little thing, video will be something related to that. And they'll keep spamming over and over and just kind of beat it like a dead horse. Like, what if you already got it, dude? Or what if I'm looking it up for some other reason, like research purposes, not like I really just want to buy it. But it is weird, like, yeah, that sort of thing is very strange because they're very stupid with how, and I don't like saying it that way, but it really is, like, you'll value appearances and then you'll be surprised that you're deceived by them, and you'll repeat that cycle endlessly. Now, the solution isn't that, oh, you're some all-knowing, omnipotent being, but it means that you look at people more in a base level, like, a lot of what people do is fake, so why do we value it so much? And why should we have a process? This is the biggest issue. The process and the overextension of society, which basically you could say with the population being so high, why we value appearances, because it's like, there's so many people, it's a dime a dozen, so, we judge people very quickly in our unwillingness to be puzzled and harshly and by just superficial level. But the thing is, why should a process be necessary to do that, right? Like, oh, we got to overcompensate and be nice, or no, you can be a dick, but if your product or service is good, then so be it. And you can be nice, but if your product sucks, then it doesn't matter. Or again, you can be in between in either case and let the thing speak for itself. So why would you have to again, overcompensate, or why should that be the basis? That's actually a bad thing, because it shows you the more a society cares about appearances, the more that they are either overcompensating for something or they have to cover something up, right? All those things are kind of less important and don't really do anything. Like, it's just such a weird thing we take for granted. Like, what about before there was a spoken language? We didn't have social contrivance, so it was all about, it'd just be ends to means and direct practices that speak for themselves. It wouldn't have to be like this. So it doesn't mean you shouldn't do it at all, but it means that shouldn't be a primary basis or such a big deal. But people insist upon it so much, where you have this very strong element of very strong element where everything is just, it's performative, but then you're not aware that it's performative. So you take it as an absolute, even though you know it's a variable from second to second, and even though you know that it's sort of arbitrary and sort of done by awareness too. It's like when somebody's in front of a camera. Oh, look how authentic this person is. When they're doing an interview, it's like, you know that you're on camera, so you're going to put on a certain way of acting that isn't the same as in your real life. It's like when you're streaming, right? For streamers on Twitch or whatever. Oh yeah, look how genuine, look how cool this guy is. It's like, do you think they're like that in the comfort of their own home? No, they wouldn't be talking to themselves the way that they're talking on stream, or they wouldn't be, it's just weird because you know it's fake, but you still act like it's not only real or significant, but defining too. Like, oh, that's the thing we really care about, even though we know it's entirely fake and just put on. So what we're really doing is making it a contest of contrivance, as I call it, right, where who's the best at putting on this act, not a question of whether it's an act or not. And again, I'm not posing a higher standard that, oh, you can be somehow genuine in the same way, but you can be genuine in the sense that you don't try to overcompensate or put up pretenses like that necessarily. Right, where you don't really have a proper basis to do. So everything is just like this very self-defeating process. It's a cognitive dissonance. Again, this is why you have to have outward insistence upon it. People are indoctrinated to a structure and reduced to a structure. So they're inhibited in every area of their life, but they're told that, oh, that's good, that's okay, that's absolute, that's the right thing, and they somehow accept it, which is their fault too. But then they act out and try to seek reinforcement through externality. They try to overcompensate. They try to, find some outlets. They try to, again, insist upon things like social contrivance. The reason why it's so important is because otherwise you would recognize the world for what it actually is, which is, again, not a negative, but people treat it like a negative in this reactionary sense. Like, it's a zero-sum process, so everybody is just looking out for their own interest, and zero-sum means and stimuli, acme, etc. And so there's nothing wrong with that. That's just a natural process, right? Like, why wouldn't they be doing that? That only makes sense. But we try to pretend like it's not the case and overextend it, but then we realize, oh, it comes down to that anyway, and it's just a matter of indoctrination or even self-gratification that you might seek in excess of your zero-sum means, etc. But again, it's not a real thing, so I am surprised how much people seem to value it or whatever, so... So let me see if I just find something on YouTube here. Some Hell's Kitchen type stuff. I've been watching a couple clips from that. I just am so at a loss for what to watch sometimes. I don't really know what to watch. Even on Netflix, it's I was trying to do that, but then now I don't know if I feel like it. There's so much good potential stuff I could watch on YouTube, but I just don't have the patience to try to find it, or I always go in unprepared, basically. And of course, this rain made me not really want to do what I was doing. Day 15 of the thing. Suspect continues calling witnesses. Let's watch this. So this is... Wait, my thing's not even working. Oh, I forgot to turn on my Bluetooth little thing. This has been very useful in doing this because it prevents me from having to play the audio, obviously, where you can hear it. Even if you want to say, oh, that's a good thing, I should do that. Because I'm not showing the video or the audio, but... yeah, I gotta watch Skibbity Toilet, but it's so annoying to get that to work because they're so short. And so the playlist is backwards and stuff too.
Into this courtroom on his...
Or now my headphone actually isn't working. Isn't that incredible? Come on, bro. Why you gotta do this to me when I'm fucking driving? Don't text and drive, but you can react and drive all you want, which talking doesn't really distract me, but yeah, this thing has been pretty handy. If only I had a microphone that was actually good and useful here and a little clearer and blocks out all the background noise and stuff. So now my headphone isn't going to work, which is just spectacular. What the fuck, bro? That's so random. Why wouldn't it work? It's not like the battery could have run out randomly. It never said. It would say battery low or something. Connecting. We got Bluetooth on. It could be that it's low on battery, but I don't really know how because it's just not working, so I guess I give up. That is so incredibly stupid, bro. How the fuck does that happen? Because it always says, battery full. So how could it go from full to empty, whenever it connects? So that was the last time, just an hour ago. How could it go from that to empty that quickly? But there's this constant need for this externality, judgment, etc., which really only shows an insecurity with the self. If there wasn't, then you wouldn't need to worry about that. Like, if you're at peace with yourself, you wouldn't care about other people, but you always have some need for judgment in some, again, reactionary sense to make yourself feel better about the half-mass, objectively adverse, cognitive dissonance-inducing contrivance state that you've been reduced to. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. We might be spoiled by technology, etc., but the reality is that you have all these base inherent tendencies that are inhibited and overextended now. So, like, you think that makes it okay, but you're never at peace. So you always have this cognitive dissonance and issues like that you have to contend with because you never feel at peace because it's not really natural. You're not in a natural state. So you're always inhibited and, again, overextended. So you're taking something that would be a natural tendency and you're at least changing it into something else. Like, no, you don't want to just have sex with everybody randomly. You want to be in love and only be with this one person. So you're still practicing the same process, but you're just trying to sort of create a more socially acceptable and controllable state of the practice rather than something more broad, like whether it's this makes no fucking sense what is happening. It's so fucking annoying. Yeah, dude, I was just praising this thing too, that this is useful, and it is good, but I just can't figure it out, so I give up. It just doesn't make sense, huh? Oh, there we go. I had to put it back. Yeah, it's weird. You have to put it back inside of the little charging station and then take it out again, and then it recognizes it sometimes. Alright, so let's just watch this stupid ass Daryl Brooks thing. I didn't really even see when I react to something, I try to do it in such great detail. So I tried to react to Skibbity Toilet, but it doesn't mean I did the whole thing. It just means I did the first 8 episodes, which is Alright, so we're watching this thing. Day 15 of the Waukesha, I forgot how you say it, Waukesha Christmas Parade, suspect trial, Daryl Brooks continues calling witnesses, I think. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Disagreement with how yesterday, and the days preceding that, set up. She's got an echo going on. Witnesses to be called in this courtroom on his behalf. Only day 15, but it feels like a fucking eternity. I mean, these proceedings are so wasteful all the time, just in general, but especially when the judge is a flake and lets them get away with whatever they want. I'm super low on gas. I have 2 bars left, and it's the light's on, but I want to see if I can make it all the way. It's still another 20 miles. I think I could probably do it, but I probably shouldn't risk it. 90611, Illinois versus Allen. I love how many times they say, it's not effective at all, you're fucking slow. And then he's not reading a book, he's reading the book, as in the Bible. That was actually a pretty good line. That is a good one-liner. Stop calling it the book. It's a book. It's the book. Some people actually live by it. He has so many quotable lines, even if it's for clown reasons, clown behavior. Control by judge, which we don't have here. I'll actually shit all over the judge because she's not bad, but she's too lenient. You think the Rittenhouse judge would put up with this? You could say, oh, he's a little heavy-handed, but he really wasn't, because a lot of what he was doing was justified. The prosecution was going too far and doing all kind of nonsense. He's not doing it for no reason. Judge may limit cross-examination on cross-examination. You can ask leading questions, but only narrowly leading. Is this a civil case, a criminal case, or an admiralty case, or a military case? Like, this fucking echo is kind of annoying. And you have another echo too of me saying it over too, but the video itself has an echo too. It's fucking rain, man. Why does it have to do this right when I'm doing this shit? Yeah, you've been too fair, which isn't really a good thing. Why the fuck don't they turn that echo off? Maybe it's because that's from his courtroom and they could hear him talk too, but he's probably muted right now. Yeah, like jury duty is the most annoying shit ever. Like, you gotta find some excuse to get out of that. Like, it's a war draft. Like, come up with some bone spurs type excuse. I wouldn't feel bad about doing that. Like, it's a clown thing. There's nothing honorable about being forced into doing it. The record speaks for itself and it knows who it is. Yeah, whenever they come in, then he starts saying it. But he kind of says it all the time, too. I like how sensitive that lavalier mic was. It was insane, too. Subject matter jurisdiction. But where's the lawful law? Where's the lawful law? Is that a tacit agreement? I don't know whether he believes that or not. He's just doing it to stall and make a big, big deal, though granted on appeal. And if you say too much like this, then you get the jurors kind of can't disregard that, so then it will play a part if you say the right thing out of line. So even like when you make an objection that's overruled, it'll still plant the seeds in their mind, the fact that you said it, right? There is a certain showmanship to that. Or if you keep saying the same thing over and over, right, it becomes very stuck in the jury's mind. he always seems like he's doing it so deliberately, though. Like, he knows what he's doing, so he's not really... I guess sometimes he loses his temper, but he does it on purpose. He's doing it like he's trolling. Just, you know... He feels very in control of what he's doing. She's just kind of ranting about everything he does that triggers her. This is at least a legitimate thing if he... That's actually a fair point, though, if the state can just pull it out of their ass. Reading the book, is that his legal book that he keeps quoting line for line out of place, or is it the Bible? He keeps misquoting contempt. Yeah, how is the court reporter going to deal with this shit? She's just done. She just quit. There is no court reporter. It's impossible when they're talking at the same time. I'm surprised they don't say that more. Can we please keep it to one person talking at a time? He pushes the limits on basically everything. That's the point. So that's a good word, contravene. Nothing's to my benefit. Let's get one thing clear here. My life is on the line, not yours. But that is your job. Tell them whether they can answer or not. But they can, it's just as bad for him, I guess. But to be fair, he's not a lawyer, so he doesn't know all this. Like, I think at times he does a pretty good job, honestly, with some of the cross topics he goes into. For somebody who's not ever been a lawyer and is a bit of a clown, he's not actually that bad. It's just the case is so hopeless, what do you expect him to do? And then obviously he keeps repeating himself, lawful law. Letter, photographs, clown behavior. Supposedly it's from his mom, I guess. Oh shit, I'm on 1 bar of gas. Am I gonna run out before I get there? I highly doubt I should, but maybe you can always drive once it's empty too, but I don't know why I'm doing this. I was just too lazy and it's raining, so I don't want to do it. But oh, imagine how dumb this would be. There's gotta be one coming up here. Let me think. I don't know actually. I guess I could look one up. But that's hearsay, Your Honor. This is kind of annoying. I think I fucked up because yeah, and he gets the power trip off of doing that, like, you know, oh, he gets to yell at his ex-girlfriend one last time, like, like, really, what happens when you run out of gas even? The car can't just suddenly stop because then you'll get in a crash. It must slowly slow down and start to break down, right? It's not going to just go completely. Okay, I got to look it up and find something because I'm not going to take a chance with this shit. But there might not really be a gas station around here. Now we're kind of in the middle of nowhere. I just passed one a minute ago. You know what, fuck it. It says the range is enough, so I'll take a chance, but I wonder what would actually happen. I don't want to find out. I guess you could just go slow to be sure, but fuck, why am I cutting it so close? I don't know where we are in the timestamp now either. It says 16 miles on the thing, so, and it's only like 10 miles to where I have to go. It should be fine. I've gone farther than like this before, but I don't know why you would take a chance like this. Right, you're going to break down in the rain because you're too lazy to go out in the rain or whatever the fuck. I could have done it 100 times. I don't know why I thought I'd be fine. I don't know what timestamp we're at here with this. We're like at, I can't even see it. I should almost test that one day, though, in a well, why would you even let it happen, but I can't see the timestamps. I don't know what I'm watching. Some of these compilation videos of the trial aren't very good either because they're kind of like, they'll have that stupid-ass commentary over them, like law and crime and stuff. So you have, yeah, you get on a weird stretch like this with no gas stations for a long-ass time. The one thing you should probably do is not go super fast. Yeah, we got James Earl Jones passed away, and what else here? We gotta watch some Noam Chomsky, old school classic stuff. Ali G and Noam Chomsky or some shit. We got a little Gordon Ramsay type thing here. What is this? This, it doesn't matter with the timestamp if you're starting from the beginning of the episode. So it's like Ramsay removing flesh off salmon. Gordon Ramsay removing flesh off salmon. Okay. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. 10 portions. Take one of those portions. still says 13 miles, and it's only probably like 8 or 10 miles. Should be fine, but I don't know why I left it to chance so much. I've seen this too, apparently, before. I saw some of the... This is like season 2 or something. Just showing off. But yeah, Susie ended up being a bit of a bitch. This guy's very eccentric, I forget his name. He's doing it so fast. Like, do it slow so we can understand what you're showing off. Yeah, there's a bias towards women, like they like Jessica and whatever, the chick from the first season, they were both girls. Wait, that was it? That was the whole thing. MasterChef Season 5 most heated moments. Okay, we'll watch this. Oh, I thought that was an ad. It's just part of the video. MasterChef Season 5 Most Heated Moments Part 2, starting in 3, 2, 1. There could always be multiple videos with the same thing. Ultimate Cookbook in the description. I guess it is an ad. Courtney, 25. I definitely haven't seen this, because I don't know who these people are. I saw like parts of Season 1 and Season 2, because I guess XQC was watching it, so I watched some of his clips related to it. He gets carrots and a whole bunch of... Did they only let you go in once to get the ingredients, or what? There was a team challenge. At least he didn't just throw it out. Harsh just based on the presentation, though. But now he's second guessing whether he should eat it or not. Okay, let's continue this. I filled my gas at some little place on the way that I forgot about, but that's like the only one on this road. So where are we at now in this? It's like, I can never see the timestamp. It's like right where my steering wheel is based on how I position my phone. It's amazing how scuffed this is. Like, I fucking hate some things about the setup. Let's watch this short about Don Lemon and fucking you shouldn't lower standards. are they lowering the standards? I believe in meritocracy. If you're good, because that's the whole problem with DEI. You might say DEI should occur naturally, meaning it wouldn't be an initiative, you wouldn't have to talk about it. In other words, if you simply hire people based on who is best qualified, you inevitably will have diversity of different races and everything, gender, everything like that. It will naturally happen because there's going to be talented people of different identity, so it doesn't matter, but you don't have to place emphasis on it. Just pick the best people and it should happen organically. And there's so many deceptive stats with that, like, oh, well, your workforce is 75% white, but what if the town that you live in and hire people from is 75% white, so like, or 100% white, right? Like, it, you know what I mean? So it's based on the population that you have, and also it's like, even the country, you'll say, well, black people occupy less positions than white people, right? Which is itself broad. Like, that's not one group, really. Like, people from Russia are white, right? People from different countries in Europe are white. So, like, it's not like one thing, but whatever. Even if you want to treat it like that, if there's way more people in the country, period, who are white, you're going to see a bigger ratio, obviously, because, you know what I mean? It just matches the population. So it's not fair to even say that either. Like, there's just more people, and part of it is just preference too. Like, certain jobs are more popular with women than they are with men, or vice versa. So that doesn't mean that you can't do that. Like, I like how the stimuli acme plays into that too. There is this preconceived assumption, like, women should just stay at home and cook and be parents and moms and stuff. Like, because of that, and again, it's a mutual choice in this day and age. It doesn't have to be like that. But because of that, you end up doing something like, you end up doing it in such a way that, I can't remember what I was saying. It should just happen organically, so that's the core point about any standard. As long as you're not stopping people from doing something based on arbitrary things like race, then you're doing your job. In other words, if I'm not committing an injustice upon you or restricting you in some way or treating you unfairly because of your race or identity, etc., then that's it. I'm doing my part. Just because bad stuff happened in the past, etc., or other parts of the world, right, I'm doing my part in being fair by simply not treating anybody unfairly based on any superficial identity, and there you go, that's it. Now we go based on ability and everything is fine. So you have a case of, that should speak for itself. So now you have the ability to see that, I don't know, like, people are just dumb and I don't care. But yeah, this whole DEI thing is sort of forced, where you're trying to say, what if it's just a preference? Like, the majority of plumbers are men. So does that mean plumbing is discriminating against women, or does it mean that women maybe just don't like doing that? Or, various other factors could play a part. It doesn't always have to be malicious intent, right? Where you have, sometimes that can happen, and if it does, you can point it out, and that's fair, but there's a case of, like, it doesn't have to be about that, basically.